Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to another council meeting. This beautiful March 8th, 2021. As you can see by the weather, it is a beautiful, balmy, about 10 degrees outside. So when you're out and about, please be careful of all the potholes that are starting to rise. So if you do see one or two, please let our staff know, and then they'll get to them and address them as soon as they can. Members of council, there's an agenda before you. If I can have a motion to accept the agenda. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the March 8th, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you very much. Members of council, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please use your voting button. Raise your hand. Okay, my hand is raised. I'm trying to find it on mine. There it is.
I can see everybody's hands but Councillor Palechko.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. All 7 hands are in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Again, we're moving on, and that is our agenda. Moving on to number 3, which is a public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. And again, this is fully virtual, so town manager, has anybody submitted a written request to be read into the minutes?
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I have not been made aware of any requests for the public input session.
Thank you very much. So moving on is number 4, which is presentations and delegations. And today we have 2 presentations, and one is a very, very special one. It is one of our own residents, Emily, and she's been doing great things in her community, advocating for inclusion and diversity in her communities to make sure that there is a place for everyone. And recently she has been picked up with what she's been doing, her treats and her dog treats. I think it's called, what's it called? Wag's Homemade Cookies. And she's here to present to council and just talk a little bit about herself and her company and where she plans to go in the future. So welcome to council chambers, Emily. If you can turn on your mic and your video, and you can start.
Cool. Hey, good evening. My name is Emily, and this is my business, Legs, and so we gather in the business of Legs, and people are included in Legs cookies and surrounded area. And welcome and around and cookies, and we make homemade cookies to make people feel special, and we make cookies for people too, but we make them with peanut butter and pumpkin, and we make people feel included.
So hi everybody, my name's Allison. I'm Emily's mom, and we are sitting actually in the company of a star, a budding star. Emily is right to have been on the news lately as a matter of elevating the conversation around inclusion and what that represents, particularly in our hometown. Thank you for having this conversation out here in Parkland County. For us, inclusion isn't just what we say we will do, it's who we are and what we value. And in Emily's case, she's 19 years old and looking for a meaningful place to put her passions and her vision and her love of making people and pets happy. In the story of Emily, she had a service dog for 10 years that was beloved in our community. He actually took a job at one of the local schools for a period of time, helping grade 1 students learn to read, as well as helping Emily. So that was a blessing. We pay homage to him in this cookie building business, but really it's an opportunity to further a conversation about how do we make sure that people like Emily feel celebrated, and not as a matter of token or courtesy, but a matter of principle. And so Wag's Homemade Cookies by Emily And its message has found its way to the hearts and minds of the Grammys coming up on March 14th. And 144 bags were made by Emily and her team, where these cookies were shipped out this week and are now into hopefully the hearts and minds of many celebrities in Hollywood that can help further our own local handmade conversation. So Emily's doing some pretty incredible work. The vision for our company, or for Emily's company, isn't near done though. It started out rather quickly, has actually turned into even more than we could expect. And so with that, we are furthering the dream and hoping to invite the business community alongside Emily to help grow this to a place where it's sustainable, where other individuals in the disability community who might feel ostracized or alone might find value and purpose in joining Emily. As she sells more cookies, there will be room for more workers, and that's the direction I think that Emily would like to go. I know she's worked very hard to help get this message out there. It's not always hard to communicate with you all, but I'm sure that you can hear her love for you all in her voice. So I'll send it back to Emily one more time, and then maybe she can tell you where you can get the cookies, and you are welcome to ask her any question that you might like. Emily, where can you get the cookies?
You can get the cookies at local Park Street and Bone and Biscuit and retail stores, and their impact and special cookies for all dogs and all ages.
Amazing. All ages, all dogs, all people welcome.
Yes, that is amazing. Thank you very much, and congratulations. That was such a great story to be heard and seen, that the Grammys picked you up to get those cookies. So that's fantastic, Emily. Are you excited about that?
Hey, it's been an opportunity to put celebrities in my shoes, and special to have celebrities carry my product, and open arms, and put my heart set and positive relationship with the community, and including my thanks to my mom for opening the business, and for the disability communities, like including my friends that don't have the disability.
One thing I need to tell you, since she just paid a very nice and very sweet thank you to myself as her mom, there's no script here. Nothing that's here is scripted.
You know, Emily, you're very lucky to have a wonderful and supportive mother. She's been very a great advocate for you. We've had a few conversations on the side about things that we can try to do in our communities to make your life a little bit easier. I don't know if you've ever had the chance, but your mom and I were talking about having some kind of a covered golf cart so that you can ride on the trails and stuff, because to make sure that you're safe and you're able to still, go outside. So I'm not too sure if that ever came about or not, but your mom is your #1 fan.
We're going to add that cart to the docket, but it better be pink is all she'll say. Pink and sparkly.
And thanks for my mom for this is a big opportunity, and I hope the journey I hope people but are welcome in my business, and have an opportunity to make more cookies, and to make it a special life experience.
Yeah, and that's wonderful from what I just heard from yourself and your mom about expanding the business and employing more people, so that we can actually get more people involved and have a job in our community. So that is awesome news. Okay, I'm going to open up the the floor for members of council if they have any comments to say to you, or if they want to ask you a question. So members of council, again, please use the text my phone so I have a running total of who's speaking and in which order. So first up is Councillor Bennett. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Good evening, Emily. Welcome to our council meeting. Congratulations on contributing to the Grammys. That is a huge accomplishment. Now, Emily, I have a sweet little dog. Her name is Sadie. And Sadie loves her treats, let me tell you. So you said that I could get some treats for her at Bark Street. And did you mention any other retailers where I could get them?
You can get them at Bone and Biscuit.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Sadie and I will make a trip to Bark Street. It's one of our favorite stores, and we will pick up some cookies for her. Now, you said that there were peanut butter and pumpkin. Are there any other flavors?
Yes, coconut oil made with peanut butter.
So the cookies are actually made very simply with pure pumpkin, peanut butter, coconut oil, and whole wheat flour. That's all one cookie, and each package contains 13.
Perfect.
And they're $5.99.
Well, what an excellent price. Thank you very much, Emily. Sadie and I'll have to go by and have a treat. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. My pleasure.
All right, Councillor Laurie, you're up next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you so much, Emily and Allison, for being here this evening. You know, the Grammys is incredible, but I understand you're no stranger to the international stage. I've read you've been on Larry King. You've been involved with the Justice Clothing and an advertising line. You've advocated for service dog awareness. And I just wanted to congratulate you on being such a tremendous ambassador for inclusion and diversity, and say how proud I am to have somebody like you from Stony Plain out there on the world stage, letting people know how important it is to recognize that, how important it is to ensure that everybody has equal opportunity. You know, it's phenomenal that, you know, you took what is a painstaking loss of your friend Levi and took his memory and brought this great company forward. And now you've got Leela with you. I too, unfortunately, we lost 2 of our dogs last year, but we've just adopted a little puppy named Reese. And I tell you, same as Councillor Bennett, I can't wait to make my way down to Bark Street and get some cookies to help support you for him to enjoy. So thank you so much for joining us this evening, and thank you for all that you do. Please continue to be such a wonderful advocate for everybody, for inclusion and diversity inside and outside of our community.
Hey, well, thank you. This is the Wags bag that has pumpkin and coconut and it has a variety of ingredients in it. It can contain peanut butter and coconut.
Right. Thank you for showing us that. Councillor Matties, you're next up for a question or comment. Okay, Councillor Matties is having some computer technical difficulties, so we'll come back to her. And if one of our admin staff can contact Councillor Matties, please. Wow, that's excellent. So maybe I'll ask a question, Emily, while we're trying to get Councillor Matties' computer working. So are you looking at doing other projects and starting another business to help build up some kind of your portfolio of, besides just doing cookies? Maybe you can do some other things. Like, is there any other interest that you have? Do you like singing?
My interest is spreading the word inclusion and sewing more cookies and doing wigs again.
Yes, that's awesome. And are you currently making those cookies at your home, or are you making them at a outlet somewhere?
My mom diversity diversity let me do my cookies at the Family Connection Center, and so in a formal kitchen and where my classroom was, and so that's my home base, and that's where I'll be doing my cookies regularly.
Right, that's awesome. And I see Councillor Matties has now joined us. So go ahead, Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry for my technical problems. First of all, I want to say thank you much to Emily and Allison for your wonderful presentation this evening. I really appreciate it. I have one question for you. Besides buying your cookies for my sister's puppies, is there any way that the town of Stony Plain can help you in any other way that you could think of?
Well, the town of Stony Plain could help with spread the word inclusion and help me with my wigs, cookies, and to do a kindness act from my heart to your puppies, and to open doors, and to spread the word inclusion, and to puppies in all ages that have opportunities going forward.
So maybe that's something that I can address, if that's okay. I think where we're at right now is we are in growth phase with Emily, and the reality for it is that in order for Emily to make cookies, she needs to sell cookies. And in order for Emily to invite more people into the business opportunity, we need to continue to raise the profile of WEGs and keep having these conversations, and hopefully invite some other retail partners in to carry and help sell and promote not just the cookie itself, but the vision of this cookie. One of the partnerships that we've had and been fortunate to have thus far has been the Family Connection Center, but that is a timed operation. And thus, as part of the vision, we'll also be looking for, as we grow, an opportunity for a lease space where we can have a limited commercial kitchen and added space to invite service and community aides to come and accompany their friends with disability to work and as a place of employment. So as a matter of, or I guess is circling back to the question about how you can help, I think, again, to elevate that conversation and to join us as a business venture is more of a matter of social and community engagement. A social community enterprise is what we hope this will become, and we're grateful for any support that can be lent.
Great, thank you very much for that response. We're going to work hard to commit to that, to talk about inclusion and diversity, and to talk about businesses that are really thriving in our community and growing, and to help you grow further. So absolutely, thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And and I will commit myself to talking to a few people to see if we can get your Wags cookies into other areas of our town. I think you mentioned the Bone and Biscuit and Bark Street, so maybe there is Pet Foods, etc. that are here as well. So maybe that can be an option. And I will get you connected with the people from Friesens. because I think they have dog treats and stuff there as well. So maybe that's a conversation that I can get you connected, and you can take it from there.
Can you let me talk?
That was at me. That was not you. I apologize.
Is that okay, Emily, if we kind of share some contacts back and forth so that these businesses can contact you to maybe look at some kind of a partnership, or if they want to carry your cookies?
That would be a special opportunity inside my heart.
Okay, so we can do that. Any more members of council have any questions or comments? Okay, I think that's it. Again, we are gonna share the your story on our social media feeds. I will share it on my mayor's Facebook page as well, just to make sure that we get some more of that awareness out there. As you mentioned, we need the awareness of what you're doing with the Ways cookie, and then also so that you can sell more cookies, so that you can make more cookies, so you can ask more people into the business to help them. And then from there, we'll just continue to grow the business and make this a beautiful place for Emily and the rest of our community.
That's fantastic. And just as a parting gesture, Emily would like to offer some bags of cookies actually to the council members, if you so choose to use for any form of contesting or giveaways to any families that you think needs them. So please reach out to us directly through the website at wagscookies.com, and we would be happy to make arrangements to drop some product off for you for those purposes.
Sounds great. You know what? I will commit to buying 7 bags. So one for each member of council. So if you would like to drop them off at the town office, and then I'll make sure I'll leave some money on the counter for you guys when you guys come. And my dog is going to love them. I have a little dog, and his name is Oreo. So, you know, he might enjoy those peanut butter pumpkin cookies.
So you know Britannia Hills?
Yes.
It's a massage place. So Britannia Hills is a massage place, and they could carry my Wags cookies.
She just had a massage there, so we still are loving them, and the residual effect of that massage is still on the brain. So thank goodness for them, and thank goodness for the opportunity to share cookies with Oreo and other puppies in our community.
That's right. So please, thank you very much for taking the time and sharing your story. Emily, congratulations on being such a great advocate and sharing your story and fighting for inclusion, diversity in our communities. We need more people like you to make sure that we're all feel as we're part of one community. Again, I commit to buying 7 bags of cookies from you, so I will leave some money at the front counter for you. So whenever you guys are out and about, please stop by and pick up your money and leave me the cookies, please.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day, Emily. Bye, Allison.
Hey,
All right. Well, members council, that was a great presentation, and it's always good to see a great story like that, and especially someone like Emily that's so strong and dedicated and fighting for what she believes is right. Okay, moving on our presentations is 4.2 is we have a automated traffic enforcement contractor to do a presentation as part of their contract. So go ahead, town manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe at this time I will just ask our service provider to give their presentation.
So thank you. My name is David Steer, CEO of Global Traffic Group, and thanks for the opportunity to chat with Mayor and Council. I kind of feel like I know she mentioned the Grammys, and Emily, that's a great story, and I'm feeling like, how do you follow up that presentation with something like this? So at any rate, onward and upward. Wow, that was a great presentation, and we'll have to make our way out there and support Emily and her Wags cookies. But at any rate, with automated traffic enforcement, global traffic, we've been providing automated traffic services in Alberta for the last 17 years. And just over a year ago, the province, with the Conservative government, UCP, put a freeze on automated traffic enforcement. And that's the next slide there. And you can see that for that freeze is estimated to take place for approximately 2 years. And under that freeze, they're doing some evaluations and some examination into automated traffic enforcement. And there's nothing new. It seems that every couple of years there's somebody taking a look at it from some perspective or another, and that's fair enough. Global Traffic, we see a provincial review approximately every 2 years in each community, and they're looking at a number of different factors within the community to ensure that the photo enforcement program is operating as the province and the guidelines expect that they do. So under this freeze, they've come out very specifically and said that we're not to introduce any new technology. So if a community wanted to make some adjustments to the program, really they can't, and it's so regimented that even no new zones. So if there was a new school or a new subdivision or a new road or some spot that the police said that, hey, wait a minute, the traffic is really increased in this area, unfortunately, we're not able during this time of the freeze to respond to those community needs. And we expect that that freeze will be off sometime within the next 12 months. And I'm sure that there'll be some recommendations from that. So the only one thing that we are allowed to do, and the last point here talks about reactivating dormant zones. And we can talk about that as we get into some of the heat maps further in the presentation. But just like Emily's, and I can't even dovetail onto her presentation at all, and wouldn't expect to. But the next slide here, the positive public messaging, she had some great messaging, and good for her. But there's also some really good messaging that goes along with automated traffic enforcement. And I think, as we all know, there's municipal elections this fall. And as people go, I don't even know what that will look like during the campaigning portions. Typically that's door knocking. I don't know if it's digital door knocking or what that would look like, but there's some real celebrations and some great stories in the town of Stony Plain to talk about that. As you go door knocking, some of the concerns that people have had over the years, when we look at these numbers on this slide, I think it's just some key messaging that you're able to use and say that as people talk about, you know, they're just sitting in this zone or that zone and it's not really a safety concern. You're able to look at this and say that 96% of the hours that are worked in the town of Stony Plain are in school and playground zones. Another comment that's out there is, a lot of times people say that, oh, the commercial vehicles or what have you, the wealthier maybe people in the community or society in general, it's just a tax of, you know, speeding, and they don't really pay attention and it doesn't work, and they'll just rack up a number of violations. So we actually did a stat on that from 2017 to 2020, and there's been a almost 88% reduction in terms of the number of repeat offenders, and that's within a calendar year. So when we look at the 2017 stats and look at how many people had multiple violations versus 2020, an 88% reduction. So that's pretty significant. You can see here that 45% of these are out of town residents, so non-residents. So what we're really seeing here is that there's a number of people coming in, non-residents, that come into the community and are actually speeding through your school and playground zones. And unfortunately, signage doesn't work or what have you, the messaging, and they get a notice in the mail. And hopefully the next time that they come to the community, maybe a little bit more cognizant of the speed limits, etc. And then another one here, we can see almost a 95% reduction in violations near Forest Green School. And the stats are there. So the next slide is the current enforcement environment within Stony Plain, just looking at the zones and how the program has evolved, where it currently stands with the COVID pandemic, etc. Coming on board, we were asked to reduce the number of hours, and where we're currently sitting in the program in its state today is that we spend 12 hours of speed enforcement per week in the community. So the next slide here, what we're looking at is this heat map that I was talking about before in terms of dormant zones, etc. And so what you can see here, we've put a very simple legend on the left-hand side. So you can look at this. This is each one of those individual maps, speed maps with the different colors on them. Those represent zones within the town of Stony Plain. And what you can see here is that there's a couple of zones, certainly on the top row, that the work isn't done yet. There's still some work to do there. They're what we would consider high-risk areas. And that was in 2017. And you can see towards the bottom of that map or that page that it really is essentially blue. And on the bottom right, that would say that for the entire week, 24/7, there's almost not even one violator. I think you could zoom in on that and say, yeah, there's probably 10 in the entire week. When we move forward to the next page here and look at 2019 as a snapshot, you can see that the amount of red on that page has significantly reduced. Although there's still some work to do, it's not all blue. So there's still some people coming through the community different times. You can see sort of on the top row with those middle maps, it's completely blue for the top part of it and blue for the last part of it. That's speaking to the fact that it is a prescribed time. So it only drops to 30 kilometers per hour during those times. So that would be probably a playground zone there that we would be looking at. So it is a celebration. There's been a lot of good work done. The number of people speeding through your school zones and playground zones has been reduced dramatically. And when we go to the next slide, for example, we can just talk about how this comes about. So there might be a comment made to a councillor or mayor or senior administration within the community. There might be a comment of somebody speeding on a street made directly to the RCMP or some peace officers. So there's a number of different ways that that dialogue would come in to the community. And then senior administration within the town would contact Global, and we would put up a traffic counter. So this is about the size of a 2-liter carton of milk. Can sit on a pole for up to 2 weeks. It's battery operated, and essentially nobody would really know that it's there, and it gives you a pretty true indication of what the speed dynamic is going. There's no camera on here, there's no violations issued. It's just almost like a stethoscope that a doctor would use, you know, to check your heart. This is just a stethoscope on the side of the road measuring the speed of the vehicles for an entire week, just so we can see, is there actually an issue if the complaint came in? And if there was, then you can respond in a certain way. In this particular case, there was a public concern made around Veterans Boulevard. The traffic counters were deployed, and this would be an example where we can see there's no high risk area here. This might be a case of maybe where a peace officer might go out, and you can sort of see during the period of time there from sort of 4:30 in the afternoon until 7:30 in the afternoon. There's a couple of people who are going through over the limit, but it's not something that you would need to set up an ATE zone, and that would be the recommendation going back to the community. With these traffic counters and our speed maps, what we had done a couple of years ago was worked with the community and put those on Google Earth Pro. And so people can come into the global site or the community's website. And as they look at automated traffic enforcement, there's in fact this map that we see. And thanks, Carl, for pulling that up. And people can actually click on each one of those icons on the map. And as we go to the next slide, they can get all of the information around the zone. So we can see in this particular case, it's zone 2903. The location, we see that it's a playground zone, and then you can further click on that and you can see the zone justification sheet. So for all of these zones within the community, it's not the question of Global coming out or town administration. The program truly is overseen as the province's guidelines state. It has to be, and that's by the police of jurisdiction. So of course, in this case, that's the RCMP. We would have our traffic counters out there giving us information, showing a high risk location, working together with Carl and the RCMP and saying, is this a place that you want to photo enforce? And if it meets the criteria on this list, and there would be at least one. And in this case, that is the case. And then they are signed off by the RCMP representative and speed limit on there. And then that's loaded into Global's software and computers, and then that would become an enforcement zone. So the public can definitely see, okay, well, why are you photo enforcing in this area? Who authorized it, etc. And why are you there? What's the risk factors? So as they click on this icon even further, we go to the next page, and you can see that the risk analysis and the speed maps are there. And in fact, each deployment, so year over year, they can see the trend or the difference or what's happening with the risk analysis in those communities. And then as the last one here, select another deployment to see the program success. So they can click back and forth and go through the community and hopefully have a really good understanding of where the program is at, why the program is there, and some of the celebrations that I think a number of years ago, when we first started with the town of Stony Plain, there was quite a speed issue, and we can see year over year it's getting better and better. And I would say that your roadways, from this perspective, are getting safer and safer. And hopefully that's having a direct correlation with in terms of your collisions and injuries, etc. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. And back to you if you have any questions or comments. And I do have our regional manager, Larry Bellows, on the line with us as well. And he and I are both happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative, and I'm glad to see that the enforcement is focused on the safety in our community, and good to see that actually the numbers are going down. You know, as you know, when you probably deal with many municipalities, the town of Stony Plain does not take the revenue generated from ATE into our general revenue. It is actually earmarked into a reserve for policing and public safety, which then later on in our agenda, it shows you where we've spent quite a bit of the money over the years. So again, something that very easy for us to kind of draw the lines to show our residents how this is affecting our community and where it's going to go to improve the safety in our community as well. But members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding to David? Let's take a look. Okay, Councillor Laurie, you're up first.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, David. Just a two-parter question, I guess. First, in relation to the heat map, and second, just in relation to other communities. So as we'll see later on in our presentation, and as council knows, and you obviously know, we have a 15-kilometer-an-hour tolerance in most of our municipal roads and a 10-kilometer-an-hour tolerance within our school and playground zone, meaning that, you know, tickets are not issued unless they exceed the speed limit plus that tolerance. So in relation to the heat map, is the heat map showing, I guess, outside of the tolerance, or is it showing above the speed limit? And then second is, in respect to the tolerance, what do you find from other communities? Is Stony Plain in line with the tolerance of other communities? Are we more lenient? Are we more strict? Where do we fall?
Okay, thank you for the question. So the first one, in terms of the heat maps that you have presented there, those are at a speed that is above the trigger speed that was set by the RCMP. So when you're seeing those blue ones, that's not talking about the people doing 51 kilometers. That doesn't show up as a flag on there. It would be people at or above the trigger speed that was issued by the police. In terms of the other component and trigger speeds themselves, so that is something that is set by the RCMP, and every community is independent. They set their own trigger speeds as they see fit. Every community has their own dynamics, and typically those I could tell you are not published or made public. I know that a number of years ago, I'll say probably 5 years ago, in a large city, there was some discussion around that, and I think that the city's solicitors at that point were saying that there's some liability. Somebody would, I think in that field, would probably tell you that there is zero tolerance, and that's the intent, is that if the speed limit sign says 50 or 60, that they want the motoring public to be doing 50 or 60. If we publicly come out and say what the trigger speed is, then we're artificially setting a new speed limit. And then if there was a serious collision, someone's going to come back and say, oh, well, you said that I could do X speed limit, X kilometers an hour without fear of repercussions. So I'm just giving that as a caveat, and some of the experience that we would have in this space over a number of years. But speaking in generalities, but specifically to your question, I could say that communities are different. Some do have lower trigger speeds in certain zones, and they would be looking at risk factors, and it is coming with the community, the RCMP, and telling Global what to put into our technology. So I would say that we're the contractor, and whatever the RCMP and the community tell us to do in terms of where to operate, when to operate, how many hours to operate, what trigger speeds to put into our systems, then that's what we do. I hope that's answers your question clearly enough and vaguely enough.
Excellent. No, thank you. I appreciate your candidness with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And let me just check. No one else has their questions, so I'll ask a question to you. You mentioned something about you guys kind of did an analysis of Veterans Boulevard. As you know, that was newly reconstructed 2017, 2018, and was completed. And yes, we did receive some complaints. Both members of council and members of admin staff received complaints of people speeding in our community. And your heat map shows that there was not. But that was done in 2018, and I noticed in the presentation later on that you guys will be doing another kind of heat map in our community again. Would Veterans Boulevard be one of those areas again?
Yeah, I'll maybe just let Larry answer this one. I know he's the one that's deploying these speed readers on a regular basis.
Yeah, we will be redeploying at Veterans Boulevard again to check it up. Any of the ones that we have been asked to do deployments in that there was some concerns raised, usually a couple of years we'll come back and check it again because we know how traffic patterns change and people's driving habits. So absolutely 100% we'll be redeploying there. Then if there's issues, we can address it with Carl, but unfortunately until the freeze comes off, we can't open that up. So, but that doesn't mean to say that the RCMP can't go in there with our data, and the municipal enforcement section, they use our data all the time to know where to go and what times to go. So we will be redeploying again.
Okay, thank you. And then there's another question then. I don't see nobody else has texted in. This afternoon, I noticed that there was a kind of a speed monitor on Golf Course Road. Was that one of yours, or was that one of ours?
It wasn't us today.
Okay, so that must be one of ours then. As a community, I think maybe our staff is looking at evaluating some of our areas in our community. I think it was has a speed sign on there again with the solar panel to just make sure that people are aware of what speed is going. I think a lot of things happen that kind of, I guess, visibility helps. So having the signs flash what your speed is helps. We do have two of those on Veterans Boulevard, one going north, one going south. So I think that has helped and alleviate some of the speeding, because if you can see how fast you're going, because sometimes you're busy, you're doing other things, and next thing you know, you're going 10 kilometers over, right? So it is good to have those visual reminders. I see Mr. Hill has his hand up. General Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just some additional information on the question that you just posed to Larry. And Larry, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we did have some damage on 79th Avenue. There was a reader there that's owned by Global. It's been damaged a couple times in its deployment, and we did move that over to Golf Course as a new location for that ability for the instant feedback from to the driver. So we do have some issues along that particular roadway, and we did put that up to provide us more data and also provide some instant readout to drivers in that location.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think Councillor Matties, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I have a question with regards to the road design in Veterans Boulevard. I drive on that road often, very often, and I love it. But what I do find is that, the road is narrower and it's got bullards and things like that. And so it just naturally for me, I feel going the speed limit is quite reasonable on that road. And I'm wondering, was it designed that way to reduce speed? And do you feel that that has helped?
I think that's something that the town engineers would have to speak to, that we have really no input into the design of the roads.
Thank you. Maybe does staff want to answer now, or do you want to answer later on during the business item?
Your Worship, it's town manager. Perhaps, yeah, if I'll just turn it over if our general manager wants to make any comment on road design on veterans. I know our general manager of planning infrastructure is on the meeting, as well as our manager of engineering. And maybe just at this point, if they have any quick comments to make on that, I'd ask them to do it now.
Thank you.
Your Worship, I guess I can just give a general comment that in general, all the roads are designed with the design speed in mind, and they do have a safe operation speed as well. So we will, and I don't know exactly what the in the veterans case what the design was, but we can get that. I'm assuming it was what the posted speed limit is. Typically, the posted limit is well within the design range, put it that way.
Your Worship, if I just could follow up, my question was actually to the speaker in terms of his opinion as to, if a road is designed, because I do see that road being designed differently than, for example, say 49th Avenue, that's more straight without, bullards and things like that. So I was wondering, do you see that reducing the speeds in communities that you're looking at based on, and then your need to issue tickets, for example?
The engineering of the roads, the traffic calming things that a lot of communities are doing are working very effectively to reduce the speeds. You reduce the speeds, you make it safer, you reduce the amount of violations that occur. Ultimately, it's to make it the road safest for everybody that's driving it.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment there as well, that we've seen that with a number of different communities. I think you can approximately a year ago, I think there was a CBC or something like that news item where you have in Alberta the opportunity to do automated traffic enforcement. And in some of these other provinces, British Columbia, for example, where they did have it for approximately a year, a new government came in and removed that. You have places like Penticton and Kelowna that have been very public about wanting photo enforcement in those communities again. And I think Penticton had come out and said that they had invested $600,000 in road calming devices and changing the design of some of the roadways. And unfortunately, in some of those cases, the design changes really weren't working at all. You were getting people passing on these single lane each way roadways, and with the boulevards that pop out and all of these traffic calming devices. So I think it really comes back to just this unified approach where you have the RCMP and your peace officers, the speed reader boards that you're talking about, Mayor, and automated traffic enforcement really working together as a collective and as part of the tools in the toolbox for the police or the community to use to ensure that you have a traffic safety program that's very effective. And I think from the stats that we're seeing, that's why I don't know what else to say other than Stony Plain, you should be patting yourself on the back for the good work that you've done. It's taken some pain by some people within, a few dollars from the pocketbook, etc. And to get to this point. And I think now is the time to just keep on doing that good work And the program, as you can see, can scale back and the numbers come down, and we can really start focusing on targeting on those other areas where there's issues. But as the problem is solved, we're able to move it to very minimal enforcement.
All right, welcome back to our council meeting. Thank you, staff, for rebooting the system, and hopefully that clears up any of the audio and visual stuff that was having issues with doing our live feed. Members of council, back to our agenda. I'm item number 6, which is the adoption of town council minutes. Members of council, you can see them before you. Councillor Bennett for the motion, please. Okay, Councillor Bennett. Okay, maybe she's having some technical difficulties now that the system's reset. So, Councillor Meyer, can I make you ask you to make the motion, please?
Yep. The town council approved the town council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Members of council, you had a chance to read through 6.1 and 6.2, the RCM of February 22nd and the GMP of March 1st. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? Okay, we see no hands up. I didn't see any either, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, I can see 5 hands in favor.
Okay, who are we missing?
Councillor Bennett and Councillor Matties.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Matties, Councillor Bennett. I'm not too sure if the reboot kicked you guys off the system or not. If you can send me a text to see if we're still connected. Okay, Councillor Bennett just raised her hand. Okay, well, let's see. Okay. Councillor Matties, are you back? Are you having some technical difficulties? Okay. All right. Okay, members. Okay, members of council, we're just gonna, I think we can move on with this, and I'll come back. Administration, I'm not too sure if we have any issue here. Can we come back to this?
Your worship, it's a town manager, so I believe the challenge at this point is to ascertain whether Councillor Matties is in the meeting or receiving or hearing the dialogue and able to actively participate. So, your worship, I think upon receiving confirmation of that, I
Okay.
Perhaps if we receive that confirmation, then we can move along. Short of confirmation one way or the other, I think it would be awkward and be difficult to reflect in the minutes of the meeting as to what exactly has occurred.
Okay, sounds good. We'll give Council Matties a little time. I'll just message her again. Okay, Council Matties, Councillor Meyer made a motion to accept the minutes as presented. So I call the question. All those in favor? We can.
7 hands in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. Is the 7.1 is the GCC from January 26, and 7.2 is the Meridian Housing Foundation. Councillor Matties, for the motion, please.
That town council received the council boards and committee meeting minutes for information.
Thank you. Members of council, you had a chance to read them. Any questions or comments regarding the minutes that are presented before us? I have just one question to the members of the Growth and Commerce Committee. There was some mention in the minutes regarding reviewing the infill policy. Is that on the way, and how's that going?
Your worship, it's the town manager. I can certainly provide some comment along that line. So yes, the minutes of, I believe, this January meeting reflect some dialogue and a presentation, I believe, of the infill policy that's been in place for a number of years. I won't pretend to say the exact year that it's been put in place. So the committee provided some input. There was some general dialogue at that meeting. The follow-up meeting of just, I believe, about 2 weeks ago, there was a further presentation and some direction given at that point to continue to review, I guess, and bring back to the committee for input / finalization as to any potential changes. Your worship, I would just, for the rest of council that may not be directly familiar with the infill policy, it does speak to some opportunity to be somewhat flexible on certain aspects of the town's development processes. It's on set parcels of land within the town. And for further clarity, your worship, and to the rest of council, the Growth and Commerce Committee can have input, provide some direction, advice to staff as to how to shape that out. And ultimately, it has to come to full council for any final approvals.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matties, you had a question as well?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a question with regards to the Meridian Housing Foundation. And actually, I've got 3 questions that should be able to be answered quickly. First one is on Folkestone. I just want to confirm, is the facility technically full because of waiting lists? And then my second question is with regards to the Spruce Grove Lodge. Is there an estimated date that they're looking at for that lodge to potentially open up? Would that be in 2023 or 2024, for example? And then finally, basic maximum rents. What is their process for determining the basic minimum rents? Because, for example, as inflation goes up, seniors are paid cost of living with regards to their benefits, and just wondering how that is determined. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Matties, for your questions. So the first question is about Folkestone Manor and whether or not it's full occupancy. Right now, so we had I think it was about 170 people contact the Meridian Housing Foundation with an interest into what the criteria are to get into that facility. And so just recently, I'd say in the last, I don't know, month anyway, couple weeks, letters have been sent to all of those people outlining what the criteria is for them to be able to admit their applications to get in. So from there, then, if they have sent in their application and they're given a certain amount of time to do that, basically those have opened now. Then whether or not those people are qualified for that housing unit is it's a matter of definitions that come from the provincial government, from CMHC. And so that's the process that is now happening. So no, we can't say that it is full because we are still accepting applications, going through and determining who has the qualifications to be able to get accommodation there. As for Spruce Grove Lodge, when is the completion date? We are right now in the process of working with Colliers to come up with a business case for that lodge. So we want to gather all of the information that we need in order to present that to our councils, to government, to funders, in order to understand exactly what that build is going to look like. So we are not at this time putting a date for occupancy on the Spruce Grove Lodge. That Collier's report should be coming out in the next month or so. And so then you'll hear more about that at that time. The basic max rent for any of our facilities comes first of all from the government of Alberta. And so they are the ones that set the basic max and minimum rents. So that's the foundation of it. And then the Meridian Foundation goes through all of those numbers and they set the rates for the maximum. And we look at things like all the other seniors housing that is around our local tri-region. And we compare what our rates are to them, keeping in mind that all of our housing is in the lower bracket, so not non-market housing. And then from that, the board decides what the maximum rent will be. And that is, we look at things like the inflation, things like, COVID and rough times. Even though they're still getting, their government pension checks, we want to make sure that those housing units are exactly as advertised. So, and I don't know that you've noticed, but and I don't know that our minutes went through all that much detail, but we also look at the services that are provided, such as the laundry services, the food services, things like that. And so we do adjust that amount that is charged, the parking rate, those kinds of things. And when those numbers all balance and we can see that we have sustainable numbers and that we're doing well, that's how the maximum rent is decided. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Matties?
It certainly does, Councillor Bennett. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. A question on page 45, before the reports of special committees, I see that Councillor John McNabb from Parkland County recused himself, and then I see that he rejoined the meeting at 2:08. And just looking at, it was in regards to the capital campaign and the Folkestone Manor. I'm just wondering if the committee member can let us know why a member of the Meridian Housing Foundation is recusing themselves from this discussion.
Good question. I think that was asked before when we had Councillor Jackie was on there, McQuaig was on there. Councillor Bennett, do you want to explain that again?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, I can attempt to explain it. Thank you, Councillor Laurie, for your question. It's probably been a year now that we received at the Meridian Housing Foundation a letter from Parkland County that stated that that housing is not affordable housing. No, housing is not part of their mandate, and especially affordable housing, which the Folkestone Manor is. And so they indicated at that time that they wanted their representative on the board to not be part of those discussions. And so as a board, we decided that it was up to the county to enforce from their own members what they will be part of and what they won't. To be honest, Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to be as the chair, I didn't want to be the policeman saying you have to leave now, you have, you know. So at the point in our agenda, every month that the capital campaign and our discussion of Folkestone Manor comes up, then the Parkland County representative recluses themselves from the discussion and hearing any of those reports. Then we notify when we're finished discussing that, the member comes back into our meeting and we carry on as before. Does that answer your question, Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Kind of. I guess. So you sort of explained a little bit of the difference between Folkestone Manor. I think you said it's in the affordable housing versus housing or versus lodge, I guess. So I guess my question is, when you're speaking of the Spruce Grove Lodge and all the discussions around that, so I'm having a hard time understanding the parallels or the differences between why there's the Parkland rep is present for the discussions on the Spruce Grove Lodge, but not on Folkestone Manor. And then I guess a second question, maybe this is a question better suited for administration. When we as councillors are assigned to boards and committees as committee members, we are there to represent the interest of the committee and of that entity. So in this case, the Meridian Housing Foundation. And so I'm uncertain, and maybe administration can shed some light on why a Parkland County councillor in this case would be acting on behalf of Parkland County and not on behalf of the entity to which they've been assigned, in this case, Meridian Housing Foundation.
Okay, that's a good question. Councillor Bennett, if I can answer the first question. The difference is that between the Spruce Grove Lodge and Folkestone Manor is that the Spruce Grove Lodge will be a seniors facility that is assisted and set up like a lodge with a lot more services. And with the Folkestone Manor, it is just a kind of a housing unit. So it will be market, low income, etc., but it's not a lodge or a living center. And I think that's where Spruce Grove, that's where Parkland County drew the line, is they're in that part, but they're not in the other part. which they're saying that we're directed to be in the lodge part business, but we're not directed to be in manor business.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Councilor Bennett?
It is partially. So the requisitions that are sent out to all of our municipalities that are part of the Meridian Housing Foundation, those requisitions go out pretty soon now, and are put on our tax statements. Those requisitions, the ministerial order for those indicates it is for lodges. It is for seniors lodging, whereas that's where the line has been drawn, that our ministerial order for requisitions are directly to go to lodges. That is why Folkestone Manor has a capital campaign on now to raise the extra money to reduce the rents even further and to make Folkestone Manor more sustainable, because we will not get the money for that building from the municipalities. It is from the grants that we've gotten from the government, the grants we've gotten from the town of Stony Plain, but not necessarily from our partners in the lodge industry. So that is the main line that has been drawn, that Parkland has agreed to contribute to seniors lodges, not to seniors housing necessarily. Their requisitions do not go for any of the other buildings that we manage for the government. Does that help a little bit even more, Councillor Laurie?
Excellent. Yeah, thank you. It certainly provides a little bit of clarity on that, and I can certainly understand Parkland County's position on that. And so it still leaves me with the question that might be better answered, as is mentioned by administration, of once the assigned member from Parkland County sits at the Meridian Housing Foundation table, they are now a representative for the Meridian Housing Foundation. They're not there to represent Parkland County. And so, we also know through codes of conduct and through various rules and regulations, etc., that once a decision of a board is made, it is to be supported by the members of that board. And this almost sends a little bit of a mixed message on that. So I'm just wondering, in respect to that, is there a reason why this representative should be recusing themselves when they are there to represent the Meridian Housing Foundation and should be a part of the discussions to create a well-rounded view when discussing these particular matters?
Your Worship, it's CAO Tom Golden to Mayor and to the rest of Council. So speaking to the question on ability to recuse on any given matter over, in this case, at the Meridian Housing Foundation. So to begin with, Your Worship, I'll try to be brief here, but I'm certainly not going to attempt to speak on behalf of or for Parkland County and their decision process or the decision they've arrived at regarding this. And nor, Your Worship, will I speak to a hard legal opinion as to the rationality of again being able to recuse yourself from any particular decision on a board. I'll speak in somewhat general terms. So typically, a board of directors, in this case, I believe this would be a nonprofit or a board that's set up under its own legislation, regulation, and bylaws, would be the first sort of place to start. So again, typically you would look to the Act for any direction on that, then perhaps to a regulation, and then within the Meridian Housing Foundation's own articles of incorporation or bylaws for guidance there. Again, general consideration here. Whenever you're serving on a nonprofit, a legal entity, incorporated, or a board of sorts, you have a duty to. I mean, one of your duties is in the duty of care, a fiduciary duty to the decisions being made by that nonprofit or that corporation, or in your case is the municipality that you're sitting at the council chambers this evening, or in the meeting this evening. So I would expect that you know, this is a decision that I believe was not taken lightly by Parkland County, but you know, the best course of action, should council or the board be willing to, or see fit to do so, would be to, you know, seek specific legal advice. And I've seen this in a number of different cases with a number of different boards. You know, we typically, I'll say typically, but I won't say specifically here, you know, the legal advice will imply that you are there to, once you walk into the Meridian Foundation or the TLC board or the Edmonton Metro Region Board, you are there to speak and represent, you know, legally, duty of care to that entity. And I know it's a challenge from time to time for council members to wear those two hats, so to speak, quote unquote. But that's typically how the legal advice will come out that I've seen over the years. I'll say that. I'll stop there, Your Worship. You know, further interest in that topic would best be sought through, you know, town solicitors, Meridian Housing Foundation solicitor advice.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor, anything follow up?
No, thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the town managers and the committee members, Councillor Bennett's responses to that. You know, it's certainly a situation that I'd like us to maybe look at discussing further at some point in time. I feel all boards work best when all members are present and representing fulfilling their duty to represent the association to which they are a part of. So maybe just something that, you know, given this is a foundation board that we are a part of as well, maybe we need to have further discussion as to whether we feel there is a negative impact of having a board member recuse themselves based on those matters. So we will, I'll let the town manager decide how that conversation might be best to occur.
Great. Thank you. Just to follow up on that, Councillor Bennett. So as Councillor McNabb recuses himself, so he's not part of the conversation, and does that councillor stay in the room to hear the presentation?
Mr. Mayor, so since this has happened, I'm trying to think. Well, yeah, since this has happened, they have mostly been virtual meetings. And so at these virtual meetings, it is procedure to ask the person to log off of the video, and then we notify when we are when they should log back on. So the question you're asking, Mr. Mayor, is essentially they leave the room.
Okay, sounds good. And then maybe another question then, just for clarity, if they don't want to be part of the conversation or be involved in it, then are these parts of the minutes redacted before they're sent to Parkland County?
No, Mr. Mayor, they are not.
Oh, so they have full knowledge and understanding of what's happening.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Palecho, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This question is to the member of council that sits on this board. You made mention Folkestone Manor, and I'm just looking for some clarification that it does not fall within the role of the taxpayer within our community. So I'm wondering if you could help me to understand where this would fall if there's a shortfall somewhere along this, or if there is a shortfall down the road. Where does that become part of the problem for Meridian Housing Foundation?
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Plejko. So when I said that the taxpayers of Stony Plain do not pay for this, I'll just make one little clarification in that $250,000 did come from an affordable housing strategy that we had earmarked. And so, of course, if you want to get technical, that money came from Town of Stony Plain's taxpayers. But it's because the town has an affordable housing strategy. So when Meridian Housing Foundation undertook this affordable housing project of Folkestone Manor, we had a business case. We crunched the numbers and we sought advice, and through loans, through CMHC, actually, we got a very, very low interest loan through CMHC. And so that it is viable and it is sustainable. The capital campaign that we've raised, I believe it's almost $200,000 right now, not quite, but almost. That is just to make sure, just to be able to keep those mortgage payments down, and to make sure that the building is sustainable. So, Councillor Plejko, we have really looked at all the factors going forward, and we find that it's a viable project that Meridian Housing Foundation themselves can support. Does that answer your question?
It somewhat answers my question. I appreciate that you have done your due diligence, and the Meridian Housing Foundation has done their best to do what it is. But I suspect with all business cases, you've looked at what happens if something doesn't meet that market. And I'm just wondering what that looks like for the Meridian Housing Foundation, where that money comes from when they're truly supported today by mostly the tax rolls of our local communities.
Again, Councillor Plejko, the money that is requisitioned to our residents are for the lodges, not for the other housing that we own. And so it would fall to the Meridian Housing Foundation to take out loans in order to cover that. And I suppose if worse came to worse, and I would ask our town manager to maybe clarify this for us all, that it could fall on both of our taxpayers, both Spruce Grove and Stony Plain.
Thank you. And then there was
clarification.
Okay, and there's a presentation that the Meridian Housing Foundation did to all councils when this project was considered, and that was one of the questions that was asked. And I believe that the executive director said that there is money to backstop this because there is a reserve that is used for lodging, but they can see that used as a backstop if something goes sideways for a while until the Meridian Foundation can get the Folkestone Manor back on its right traction or right pathway. And in terms of the dollars that the town of Stony Plain put towards this project, Councillor Bennett, it is not town of Stony Plain tax dollars. It was a grant that the town of Stony Plain received for affordable housing, which we used to build. That was some residual money that was left over. We used some of that money for our housing and homeless strategy, and the remainder of that dollars was given to the Meridian Housing Foundation to start this project in terms of affordable housing, because we felt that it was necessary in our community to start looking at more affordable housing in our community. So again, those dollars were not from town of Stony Plain taxes. Town manager, any questions
Thank you
about?
for that. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Mayor. I knew it was a Town of Stony Plain initiative, just got where it came from wrong. Thank you.
Yes, I think yes, it was leftover grant money, and our staff have done a great job of making sure that we have been using it correctly. And with the residual money, we applied, and we were okay to transfer that or give it to the Media Foundation as part of the housing strategy that we have in the town of Stony Plain. Town manager, would you like to provide comment regarding some of the comments about what if the project goes sideways and the communities, municipalities having to backstop, or is there anything that we can do or can't do?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can provide a couple comments here. Again, I wasn't, this would be just a general perspective. A couple things, I think for clarity too, the Meridian Housing Foundation's, total revenue, I believe is, the percentage from the municipal requisition. So between, I guess, 3/4 municipalities, I believe is, under 35%, of their total revenues. Again, I don't recall specifically, the business plan necessarily for the Folkestone Manor. But, it would be, I guess, my own expectation that, should cost overruns or what have you on construction, so on and so forth, there is a revenue source in that building as well that they could take a look at or project out over the course of time as to how that looks. So I'll stop there, Your Worship. Those are just a couple basic or general comments related to the financing or revenue side of those projects and the Meridian Housing Foundation as a whole.
Okay. Thank you. And I see no more hands up or messages that they need to speak or ask questions. So with that, thank you very much for the questions and from members of council and the answers and comments from our representative that sit on those committees. Okay, so members of council, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please use the raise hand button.
Mr. Mayor, that's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's passed. So moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. We have none tonight. So moving on to number 9, which is business items. The first one up is 9.1, the ATE update. Councillor Laurie, go ahead with the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Town Council accept the automated traffic enforcement update and contractor presentation for information.
Thank you much, Councillor Laurie. Members of council, we've had a good presentation, very in-depth. So I'll turn over to administration. Anything to add to this part of the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just ask our General Manager of Community Protective Services if there's anything further they'd like to present or comment on.
Thank you.
Your Worship, correct. You've had a good presentation from our contractor. I'll just share my screen really quickly to do some highlights for those that are watching about our system. So essentially, we have had automated traffic in our community for about 10 years, or just more than 10 years. And it's been very successful, as we heard earlier in the evening, with respect to it started as most automated traffic programs started in Alberta, very controversial. And I think it's gained some further understanding from the community with respect to some of the advantages that automated traffic can provide to a community and some of the safety features. And certainly in Stony Plain, we did hear from our contractor earlier that we've seen a very sharp decline in the speeding concerns in our community, although we do have some areas of concern that we continue to monitor for sure. So automated traffic is a supplement to conventional enforcement. We do have our CPOs and our RCMP do go out and do your traditional enforcement in terms of driving down the road and they capture someone going over the speed limit, or targeted enforcement with respect to radar enforcement, where they stop their vehicles, jump out with the radar gun and actually do physical enforcement. During the presentation earlier this evening, there were some questions about residential zones. we have had a few zones that have been identified as areas of concern. And typically what we will do is we'll talk to the contractor to see if the milk container as has been themed this evening is the appropriate tool, or if our CPO group going out and doing some surveillance is another option too. So we definitely do have our CPOs out doing surveillance in areas to ensure that there's not an issue, and we definitely follow up with residents when we have concerns of that nature. The example was given today about Veterans Boulevard. Our CPOs do currently actively patrol Veterans Boulevard as they've identified that as a bit of a zone that they can target with the conventional enforcement. So there's a good cross section and complementary enforcement program in Stony Plain. As was mentioned earlier this evening, it's regulated by the Alberta government. We've got about 14 active zones, and we started with more than 14 zones when the program started more than 10 years ago. And throughout the program, whether the speed concern has removed itself from that particular zone, some changes with government regulations, and RCMP review in consultation with the information that we get from our contractor, plus conversations with them, with our peace officer enforcement. Sometimes a zone is just not an active zone anymore. As described, there was an ATE review. We're seeing entering a third year because 2019, 2020, and now into 2021 is that review time. In 2019, there were some changes. So photo radar was banned in transition zones. That's a transition zone is defined as the speed changes from 50 to 60. There's a zone that the government's identified in which you can't do your photo enforcement before or after that zone change. That was a concern in the province in some areas, so they've cleaned that up. Another was the high-speed multi-lane corridors. Unless there's an expressed safety concern, they're basically not permitting in those zones. The only one that we would currently have that might fit that would be, we do have a zone along 16A close to the North and South Business Park entrances. Public awareness, so we do have on our website, and I'll show you that shortly, in terms of, it was also shown on their presentation, but I'll show you a live copy of it. Just increased transparency. Our process is when automated traffic is being set up in our community, they'll phone our peace officers and let us know what zones they are, and we'll go onto the website and update that in terms of this is the zone that people are working on a given day. Some clarity of items and data collection, which is essentially done by our contractor. So the freeze basically, and this was announced, presented earlier, in terms of no additional equipment, upgrades to devices, and no locations. So if we wanted to get into speed on green and traffic control device enforcement, that certainly isn't something that we're able to do under the review, but definitely something that we could be prepared for once the review is completed. Just quickly, the 2019-2020 stats in terms of our contractor started midway through 2019, so they did about 1,434 violations. In 2020, 4214, and we complemented that with roughly speaking, our CPOs and RCMP are doing 50% each of the 1,500 and the 1,200 identified in the report. And you can see the totals around 3,000 and 5,000. We were in excess of 10,000 violations in some of our earlier years with this program, and certainly higher than that. But this is just, again, showing that the stats that were presented earlier in the evening in terms of our decline in violations is certainly declining. The hours required and the enforcement required for automated traffic. Just underneath this graph is showing you the fine generation in 2019 and 2020. The way the system works for the town of Stony Plain is we pay our expenses out of the fines generated, and then anything that is left over after those expenses are paid go into the Policing and Public Safety Reserve. And this slide is just showing basically some of the high level or larger items that have been funded through that public and Policing and Public Safety Reserve. And you can see that a lot of them are community safety and community initiatives. And it does not go back into general revenues as Mr. Mayor, as you stated earlier. And this is just an example of some of the things that we've done really well with that reserve in the community over since 2016. Mr. Mayor, I think with the presentation this evening earlier and right now, I think that is the presentation, and would be happy to take questions.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for the follow-up presentation to supplement the presentation by the contractors. So first up is Councillor Bennett. You have a question or a comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'm referring to page 79 of our package. It's the last bullet on that page, and it says Stony Plain is also researching strategies to become a Vision Zero community in the future. I'm wondering if there is an update on that, if we're still exploring that strategy.
Okay. Thank you. General Manager.
Your worship, through to Councillor Bennett. Definitely, we are. So Tiffany Anderson, who is our CPO supervisor, sits on the CRISP task force and attends those meetings frequently. And definitely, she's looking at the rewrite of our traffic safety plan is due this year, and we're looking at implementing some of the Vision Zero in Stony Plain where it's applicable.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Could we know just some of the strategies that are involved in that? Some of the highlights of that zero
Vision Zero.
Vision Zero.
Your worship, through the Councillor Bennett, certainly our intention is to bring a report back later in the year, which would outline some of those contemplations to get council's feedback on those, as some of those might impact our traffic bylaw that is also due for a revision this year too. So there's a couple of pieces there that we'll have to come back to council, and definitely we'll be looking for council's direction when it comes to the Vision Zero and anything that we'd like to implement or recommend should be implemented in the community.
Okay. And thank you very much for that. And just a follow up, just for those people that are watching that are not aware of what Vision Zero is, it's kind of an initiative that a lot of municipalities are picking up, making sure that we have zero fatalities through vehicle and pedestrian collisions. I think Councillor Bennett mentioned one of the initiatives. If you can elaborate on that. And one of those ones we just saw was last week regarding the transportation master plan. There was some commentary about changing residential streets from 50 kilometers to 40. So that's a strategy there. There's some pilot projects happening in other communities. So again, as the General Manager said, it is going to be a process that comes through the council, and council has the opportunity to weigh in on those initiatives and to approve the ones that we feel that are best suited for the town of Stony Plain. Okay, next up is Councillor Meyer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions, but I'll start with the first one, obviously. So earlier during Mr. Steer's presentation, I had asked him about making the vehicles more visible, and he referenced that in the city of Edmonton, they coordinate closely with their police force to mitigate any sort of negative interactions. I'm curious if something similar could be worked with our peace officers in this community. So that's my first question.
Okay. So I guess town manager or general manager?
Your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, we have had these conversations with our contractor in the past, and certainly when Edmonton announced that they were basically doing a fluorescent wrap of their vehicles. I think Edmonton has had a negative public response to some of their automated traffic enforcement in some of the locations of which they put their enforcement vehicles, which I think led to them providing more visibility with respect to to the vehicle. In Stony Plain, we don't permit our contractor to hide behind objects. They have to be very visible, and they have to be parked in a manner that's not does not obstruct traffic or parking. As an example, Meridian School, they were parked too close to a fire hydrant. We had a complaint. We sent our CPOs over and had them move and park appropriately. So the reference that was given from the contractor was basically a City of Edmonton is tied closely in as their city employees working those vehicles, and they have the safety communication devices. One could argue that one of the operators would have a cell phone and could call 911. I believe that because it's part of the overall traffic safety plan or safety program for the City of Edmonton in terms of close tie to the enforcement group or protective services group, whereas ours is a contractor. They have basically said that or indicated that there's more risk for them to identify the vehicle versus not identifying. And I don't think we've had much concern in the community with respect to the vehicles not being identifiable, as we certainly get a lot of calls about how they're parked from time to time. So I think the community is quite astute to when a vehicle in the community is performing photo enforcement.
Okay. Thank you. Next question, Councilor Meyer.
So just because that was a fairly long answer, correct me if I'm wrong. So what I'm hearing is there could be reasonable steps taken to mitigate this concern by the contractor. Yes or no?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Meyer, I would say it's the contractor's call at that point, unless we put something within the contract that specified that their vehicles must be identifiable and change the way, and that would give the contractor the option not to bid on our contract, so to speak, if they felt that that was a safety concern for them. I have heard many times from our contractor that they believe it's more of a concern to have the drivers identified versus not identified. Or the operator, sorry.
Yes, and another clear difference when the presenter was speaking is that the City of Edmonton does their photo enforcement in-house, so they have direct control and access to those vehicles and to those employees. So they are City of Edmonton employees versus us, where we have a contractor, which then does add another level of complications to that. But General Manager has mentioned that, you know, if that's something that the town of Stony Plain wants, that could be added to the tender that goes out, and then it is for somebody to decide if they want to bid or not.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the question. And correct me, did we just recently retendered that? So our opportunity to put something like that in won't come up for a few years?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, we would be back at the tendering stage next year, early next year, 2022. Okay,
well, General Manager Hill, do please note that this is a particular interest of mine. So when it does come up again, I would appreciate being informed so that I could make arguments to that. If I could have my other questions as well, Your Worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, just also listening to the presentation earlier from this evening, and I didn't see much of it in the other reports, but it was mentioned by the presenter, the possibility of what I don't know what the word would be, resurrecting dormant sites. He briefly touched on. I was hoping maybe the General Manager could just comment on this. Is this something that we're looking at?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer, certainly we've had a number of sites through the life of photo radar or automated traffic enforcement in Stony Plain. Sometimes the sites are completely taken off the list, and other times they're just dormant in terms of some of the reasons why, and as they showed as the example in terms of here, we've got specific forms that we must fill out, or the RCMP must fill out to justify why we're doing enforcement in a particular area. If there's no opportunity or no viable reason why we should be doing enforcement in the area, then it would become dormant. So I think based on a complaint, if one of those areas were to pop up again, we definitely would go back into that area and activate it again. If through the monitoring, if Global put traffic monitoring back into those zones from time to time, just to ascertain whether or not the zone should stay dormant or become active again, definitely that would provide some clear and valuable information to us in terms of reactivating a zone. But definitely my experience since being in Stony Plain is once a zone is removed or deactivated or gone dormant, the ability or the need to bring it back online often is not that high.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And then just, it's more of a comment than a question, but just in regards to these reports, going through the automated traffic enforcement guidelines that were provided, one of the stated goals of keeping the public informed is to show that the enforcement is working. So in that regard, I would appreciate something in relation to collisions and injuries being represented. I think that would be an important stat for the community to see. Oh, I think
Your worship, I believe you're muted, your worship.
Okay, there we go. Thank you for your comments and questions, Councillor Meyer. Moving on, next is Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, just following up on the question that I asked to our presenter about our, I think he called them trigger set points or trigger points or what have you. And some of his comments around them not traditionally being publicized and potential liability around that. I know we've always been fairly clear on that, on what we have those points set at. Something that we, kind of use as a little bit of an explanation in the public as to how we use our ATE. I'm just wondering if you can comment a little bit around that and if we've examined that potential liability issue and if it's something that maybe we need to consider moving forward. And then also I'll have another follow-up question about those trigger points after we hear from administration on that.
Your worship, it's town manager. I got a few comments to make on that one, and then certainly the general manager can add to that further. I think just to begin the answer though on this one, I'm going to go back to what I believe to be, the very initial intent of photo radar, or the way in which the town was going to manage, operate, implement, so on and so forth with photo or automated traffic enforcement within Stony Plain. So this is going back, from my understanding when I arrived, prior to my time here. But there was essentially, the most basic principle that the town of Stony Plain. Well, there was two essentially. One was that we would always try to operate as openly and transparently as possible on the operations. That was one basic principle that I recall, frankly, being passed along to me when I started. And number two, that the money, so to speak, coming in from automated traffic enforcement would have a fairly simple line that the public could see, from where it came in to where it went. And I think those two principles have been upheld quite well over the course of 10 to 15 years within the town of Stony Plain. I say all that because I think there's some consideration certainly for the publication or the notification of those trigger points. I know we don't put them out all over the place all the time, but I think the original thinking was just simply that it's another piece of transparency, which it was always felt that would lead to better community buy-in. I'll stop there. Certainly, if the general manager wishes to add further, but please do so.
Your worship, just to supplement the CAO's commentary, and That's correct. And I think a lot of times when you look at in some of the comments that we've heard throughout automated traffic's life, not just in Stony Plain, but in the province, people talk about percentages, number of kilometers over, those types of things. I think it was very clear that the town of Stony Plain wanted the community to know that we're not treating this as others may have been perceived to be treating automated traffic in our community, and we're being fair. And certainly the values of which the trigger points that have been set here, often they're only communicated in the council report. They're not communicated anywhere else. And certainly we're doing that to show that we're being fair to the driver. And Mr. Steer's commentary is well received. And at this point, I've not asked a legal opinion on stating a specified trigger point in a council agenda if that has some liability attached to it. So that would be a question that we would have to further investigate.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And if I may, Your Worship, to the second part of my question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So in respect of that and the trigger point, obviously, you know, we see the data of the number of violations that have been sent out. I'm curious if at some point in time, can we get information or a report that shows essentially what the numbers are, I guess, within the different ranges? So from the maximum to our trigger point or say in 5 kilometer intervals. And then I'm also curious as to if there is an option potentially with our provider and with the plan that, you know, if somebody is, let's say 5 kilometers over the maximum in a school zone, but they haven't hit the 10 kilometer trigger point, is there some way that they can be sent a warning infraction rather than a fine infraction? So those two items, that's all I have this evening, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just for some clarity from Councillor Laurie on the first part, I'll I'll answer the question, but just for the clarity, as I'm not really understanding the first part of your question. The second part, we would certainly have to go and ask the contractor what level of energy or resources would be required to take multiple speeds and provide multiple reports in this particular zone. So pre-trigger speed versus trigger speed and over. The milk cartons that have been described so eloquently this evening, when the reports come back and we've tabled them in council, and unfortunately we haven't had one in this particular council chambers, but certainly they come back with a lot of information, and they can tell us the maximum speed, when that maximum speed was driven, so the time of day to the minute. They certainly do provide the number of violations over the speed limit to a certain kilometer within, and how many we would have written a ticket for in that time frame. So I think the data that they do provide us has the capacity to provide some of those incremental data sets that you're asking for.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie, anything else?
No, Your Worship, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Matties. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have one question, and then I'd like to follow up with a comment and another question. My first question, well, actually, I'd like to make one comment. I'd like to, first of all, I really appreciated the presentation that we had this evening. I felt that, you know, the company was very honest and had a high level of integrity that we're working with. So I do very much feel comfortable with that group of or that company. My second, my question is regarding the number of traffic vehicle crashes that we've had involving pedestrians every year.
Okay. Do we have stats on that?
Your Worship, that's a statistic that we would probably ask the RCMP if they're able to provide us that, as they would have that we would have minimal information internally from a CPO perspective, but definitely that's part of the traffic safety plan that Tiffany is updating at this point, and she's looking for those stats from the RCMP. So certainly that is something that if they have the stats would be able to provide us with, and the locations of those particular interactions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would absolutely think that's critical that we have that information. I hope that our numbers are very, very low, and that I think through all the elements that we have that we're doing a very good job. So I'd like to get that information. The reason I'm asking that question is because I did a review of a report, and it was done in 2017, but it talked about the incidence of these types of accidents at different speeds. And one was at 30 kilometers per hour versus 50 kilometers per hour. And that a pedestrian has a 90% chance of survival if hit at speeds under 30 kilometers per hour. And that drops at 50 kilometers per hour to 20%. So we without question, the speed of the driving is a very high level risk for us. So going back to when we look at the design of the roads, and that's why I asked the question with regards to Veterans Boulevard and even Highway 779, I've noticed that there's a lot of those types of features that slow traffic down, whether that's lights or higher sidewalks or bollards in the middle, those types of things. But I'd like to ask, in terms of our overall strategy moving forward, and whether we're looking at the a couple of the roads that we have that we're looking at in the future, like South Park Drive or an extension of 49th Avenue, what specifically are we focused on to ensure that our strategy is to make those roads safe and that people are driving at lower speeds? Because again, all of this is important.
Your Worship, it's CAO here. If the question, I believe, is along the lines of like engineer design and road design, so I'll maybe ask our general manager of planning and infrastructure to comment a little bit on that, traffic calming design measures.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Matties. Yes, when we do design the roads, we do take into account the many factors, including curves, changing grades, etc., that sight lines, so that that's done to see what the appropriate design is for the road, including the width and and where pedestrians might be located, etc. So those factors are taken into account. Now specifically moving forward with the town, you'll note that the transportation master plan did speak to some of those types of activities in relation to traffic calming, working in playground zones and school zones, etc., and making sure that they're safe and the speeds are appropriate. So the TMP does have an implementation plan that we're going to bring forward. We'll be working with the enforcement folks and the Carl's team on the initiatives that we might suggest, so that we have a comprehensive plan to take into account all the types of I would say speed reduction and speed management, including design, including physical controls, and including enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Matties, for those questions. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and everybody for weighing in on this topic. Just a couple of comments here. I'm really happy with the milk carton scenario. I would like to see us be able to acquire them for maybe a 2-month period and rotate them to perceived areas of speeding. And if the stats bear it out, well, that's great. But if the stats don't bear it out, that's also something that when we're talking to the people out there, that we can address factually. It is no longer an opinion. So I'd like us to take a look at that. There's talk here about the trigger point for activating. when you run radar stuff like that as an individual, as opposed to a machine that doesn't get out and encounter with the people, you have discretion as a peace officer to write that ticket or not write that ticket. I don't think there's that much discretion with the contractor, because they're just sitting in a vehicle. The needle says 42. They know it's a 30. Bingo, the picture's taken, and it's sort of like game over. If you're going to, I believe in discretion. I believe that you just can't have it that is 30, and if you're doing 31 or 32, you're going to get a ticket. First off, I don't think the instruments are calibrated that finely. In my day, I think there was a minimum of 2% or approximately 2% that you had to give variance from the speed. So if you caught somebody doing 100, they could be doing plus or minus 2% over that on the machine. So that should stay out there. Okay. Oh, traffic stats. I think that the RCMP should be able to, and these questions are very easily directed to them, that they can do the fatalities, injuries, and property damage. And when you're doing injury accidents, you could probably put in there too, pedestrian, like as Councillor Maddie's mentioned. That used to be tabulated way back, because it's not, well, yeah. I'll just leave it there. Those stats could, and we very simply could ask that the detachment give us a quarterly report. Very simple on those stats, and we can see whether they're rising. And again, it's perception amongst the people, whether we have a problem or not. When people judge speed, and I've taken quite a few speeding courses and stuff like that, we were always asked to judge the speed, and oftentimes you're not even close. And it depends on the style of vehicle, the conditions, the surrounding things around you. And when you get people who want to make a complaint about speed, they're traditionally higher up there than what the speed really is. They want their point made. So there's a tendency to embellish that particular point. So, and the final thing is, I heard it is always liability issues, as long as you have courts. If we post it and say we're not going to ticket until we hit this type of thing, and there is that fatal, which is the worst thing, or injury accident in a crosswalk or something like that, if somebody decides that they want to sue us over, that's a liability. So I think we want to, I think Mayor Choi, you mentioned that we should check with our legal, or maybe it's the CAO, and come up with a stance on that. And I think the other thing too is, I think we want to really get our heads wrapped around is what constitutes a traffic issue. And I agree, any person who dies in a traffic accident, it's an issue. But when you think of the millions of people that move around all the time, we have to put it into perspective ourselves. And that's the same thing with injury and property damage. Yeah, I hope that helps. They're all good questions, and I'm pleased with our traffic enforcement thing, the way they're doing it. As you say in the stats, that we are reducing things, and for the naysayers, we just have to look at Forest Green School and say, hey, look at where our stats are, that they've come down. And secondly, yeah, okay, no, I just lost my train of thought. That means I'm rambling on too much, but I think it's good. Our traffic law enforcement is doing what we've asked it to do, and we'll be able to back that up with stats. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Yes, and I think the town manager mentioned this earlier. This phone enforcement was started by town council way before my time as well. And at that time, when I was reading the numbers, they were quite high. As we look at what the revenue generated now, compared to back in 2005, 2006, it's about 3 times the amount back then than it is now. So looking at those stats, the ATE part of our enforcement is working, and I'm glad that that it is there for us and making our community safer. No more hands up, so I'm going to call the question that we accept for information. So I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so moving on to 9.2 is the policy review. Councillor Plechko, if I can have you make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved policy C-PS-050, Automated Traffic Enforcement Program, and 2, rescind policy C-PS-008.
Okay, thank you much, Councillor Plechko. Administration, with the background information, please.
Your Worship, I'll just ask our General Manager of Community Protective Services to speak to it.
Your Worship, excuse me, Your Worship and members of council. So this evening we have the automated traffic program policy that was last in the council chambers in 2014. Unfortunately, we should have brought it back in 18. There was knowledge of a review happening with the provincial government, and we did delay it. However, we should have brought it forward and provided council with the knowledge that there was a review, and any changes to the review or upgrades to the review or new things related to the review may impact the policy prior to the review date of the 4 years that has been established in our organization. So essentially what we've done this evening is we've taken this policy and we've looked at it from the lens of policy right, and changed some of the language to make it more consistent with what we see in some of the guidelines. So the guidelines have changed, so we've updated the policy to include some of the items that are included in the guidelines that are provided by the government of Alberta. And we have removed the majority or most of the operational components that were included in the policy. Operational components can change from time to time, and opening a full policy to change how a person might tune a radar device is certainly something that's regulated and governed by others, and by referencing the guidelines that we must follow in the delivery of this service certainly covers us, because that document may change from time to time, and it's easy for us to go back and check that document. Similar to the MGA, we would refer to the MGA in some of our policy development, rather than cutting and pasting the statement that's provided in the MGA. That was the majority of the changes to the policy. It's a short policy, but generally speaking, the policy does allow us to come back if we have some concerns around principle or moral related to automated enforcement. We would pull this policy out, and this policy would provide us the opportunity to get back to the foundational reasons why we have the program in Stony Plain, and certainly we could change some of our operations to further reflect what is captured in the policy. Your Worship, happy to answer any questions related to the policy and some of the changes that we're recommending this evening.
Thank you very much, General Manager. And I think I have Councillor Bennett, which is first up to ask a question or a comment. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, I'm referring to page 95 of our package, and it's talking about public awareness, and it's reported on a monthly basis, those 2 bullets there. Is this one of the changes that we're making? And how is this going to be announced monthly?
Your Worship, so part of, sorry, I missed this part in the earlier presentation, but it's timely now with Councillor Bennett's question. So on our webpage, under automated traffic enforcement. So if you were to search that on our webpage, it would take you to this page. So we actually do this more than monthly from the simple fact that this is live and anyone can go into it. So that's the minimum that the province requires. Here is where we had to change the photo radar locations for the day. It would be changed here. When you come into the approved section, this would take you to the website that Global provided during their presentation. And then if you wanted to click on a particular site, we'll take Fairways, it's a popular site. So this would give you the zone. It would tell you what the traffic flow is, what type of zone it is, the site justification sheet, which is the RCMP sign off of why we're in that zone. It's the school and playground zone, and where they've expressed concerns for speeding. And then the secondary sheet is the risk analysis that was presented to us. So you can see that in particular times during the day, in 2009 when the monitoring was completed, 2019 when the monitoring was completed, there's justification for us to be in the zone during certain times because blue is good. When you get to the other colors and certainly the red, it certainly shows that there are times where there is a high risk of speed happening in that particular zone, which informs us about the program. And as was mentioned earlier, I think Councillor Prelechko asked a question about the changes. So if you cycle through the different years, you can see where the red could change from time to time in the zone, and it would show that some of the advancements or the improvements in that particular zone. So this is done more frequently than at a month's glance. It's live and ready for the public to view. The secondary that we will be adding to that particular page would be the second bullet in terms of the annual basis, and that's putting our traffic safety plan once it's updated and completed this year, and more statistical information about the zones and some baseline data in terms of what happened this year versus next year. So that annual change happened in the most recent rewrite of the guidelines. So we will be updating our website to reflect that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and Councillor Bennett, you asked the question if it was something new. So if we look on page 89, back in 2014, Council, when approved the policy, we were already doing the monthly reporting back in 2014. So that was nothing new, but as the General Manager mentioned, it's the yearly reporting that is something new to the guidelines that we're adding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but it does seem like the way that it's being reported is new. And so I would certainly suggest that we get a media blitz on this, communication to our residents that this is the place to go to find out all of those statistics. I think it's an excellent addition to our webpage. We just need people to know that it's there.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, we've had it for a couple years now on our page. Okay, I think.
I didn't know, Mr. Mayor. That proves my point.
Yes, actually, I think it was sent out. I forget what year it was sent out, but it was a couple years ago. That was something that was sent out to members of council through an email, and then it was reported on in the newspaper. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just in light of looking at the isn't until 2025 for this policy, and listening to the General Manager mention that we will be going for a renewal of the contract before that time. I would like to propose a motion that this policy include in it a stipulation that the contractor must provide markings, distinct markings to improve visibility of their vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meyer. Let me just maybe throw that over to administrative staff. So this is a policy of how it's being used and what we have to follow. Is that something that's added here or something that's added if council wants added at the tendering phase?
Your worship, just giving that some consideration, but I guess my advice, your worship, or a comment is that it's probably appropriate either at this point in time or down the road, or in advance of the RFPs going out, or the process by which the RFPs are prepared, and to the extent that council has input into that timing. So I don't mean to sit on your fence, your worship, but I think it's probably appropriate in either case.
Okay, so if that's a case, that'll be under operator setup on page 95.
Your worship, sorry, I'll maybe just defer to the general manager, or even our manager of, I know our general manager of corporate services and manager of Fledge that handled the policy development are on the call. I would defer to one of them to answer that.
Thank you.
Your worship, it's general manager of community protective services. That certainly, from an operational perspective, would be the right section. Would, again, if Ledge had a different opinion, would certainly entertain that.
Okay, general manager, Ledge Services. I think somebody's muted.
Mr. Mayor, that general manager again. Another consideration too is if this bylaw, this policy changes tonight with this revision, we currently have a contractor that may not be able to achieve that. So that would be something we would have to discuss if that moved forward this evening also.
Your worship, that I guess would be my comment is you could deal with it outside of the policy and still deal with a motion and vote on that tonight, but give the direction outside of the policy just because I don't think we fully investigated or it allows the policy and the contract to stay separate at this point, and as we clarify that, bring it together into the future.
Right. So the question then is, so this policy can, as Councillor Meyer has mentioned, that this could be updated prior to 2025 if we change the parameters of how ATE is enforced in the community.
Your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Councillor Meyer, so as you heard that there might be some issues because we currently have a contract with the provider that does not outline that, and that we can actually discuss this later, and the policy can come back and change if council is willing to adopt those changes in early 2022 when the contract goes out for tender again.
I'd be satisfied with that if I could be ensured that we would definitely have an opportunity to have that discussion before the next tendering.
That's affirmative. As this last tender, because council signs off on the contract, so the council does get to see it and weigh in on those contracts.
Okay, well, in that regard, then, do I just withdraw the motion, or?
Yes, I haven't accepted it. I was trying to figure out what was best avenue and to make sure that in terms of legal services that we were able to. So we don't need to withdraw that. We'll just hold that off. And if you can definitely bring those points back up when we deal with the next tendering, because it will come to council in early 2022, as the general manager says, for council to approve to go to tender.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I've had to change to my phone because of the cell service that we have in our fine community here, but hopefully you can hear me. I just wanted to make a few comments regarding when it's coming closer to the contract. I think it's really important to have all of the facts in front of us. So in reference to Councillor Meyer's question about making visibility, I think there's been some good points on both sides of whether it should be or shouldn't be. And I would hope that administration at that point in time has done some research as to provide us with some guidance as to the safety aspect for the people that are providing the service that we have today.
Yeah, thank you. Great comment, Councillor Pletchko. And definitely for sure that council needs to be debate and discuss all the options and how that affects positively and negatively towards the contractor and the safety of the individuals that are providing the service for our residents. Okay, any other questions, comments?
I wouldn't mind having a comment. Just
go ahead.
Just thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to the safety of the contractor, I appreciate everyone's concern for the contractor. And that was my question to the general manager earlier. But I would follow up with the safety of employees falls to their employer, and you know, how they deliver their contract has to account for their employees' safety. So, I mean, if Edmonton can manage to make a situation safe enough to do it, I would imagine it's doable.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your comments, and that's something for us as a council to discuss, or the next council to discuss when the contract comes up for renewal, and for us to go and tender that out again. Okay. So we had Councillor Pletchko making the motion to accept the policy review. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is almost 8 o'clock, so I'm going to call another recess. So we're going to break for 9 minutes. If we can all come back by 8 p.m. It is 7:51 right now, so we'll see everybody at 8 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to our council meeting. It is 8 o'clock, so we're just going to re-adjourn. Members of council, welcome back. And to those that are joining us, thank you for joining us again. Moving on to 9.3 is the next business item that town council has to deal with, and that's the trail connection to the city of Spruce Grove. Councillor Bennett, a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council, number 1, approve funding up to $150,000 from the 2020 surplus for the joint trail connection option A with the city of Spruce Grove, and to direct administration to review and prepare for council approval a joint trail connection located south of Highway 16A for construction in 2023, including a cost share agreement with the city of Spruce Grove.
Thank you, Councilor Bennett. And I would like to ask if you'd like to add another point to that motion through the conversations with the town manager and the city manager, along with members of council and the mayors. Both communities would like to add a third bulletin if Councilor Bennett, if you're willing to accept it. The third bullet will read that administration can be directed to work with the city of Spruce Grove on the preliminary design for a second trail connection, and that $50,000 be allocated from the town's trail reserve to jointly to be funded for the design with the city of Spruce Grove in 2021.
Mr. Mayor, as I'm reading this here on the screen, it doesn't have a date.
Yes, I've added that in. Sorry, I missed putting that in. So the idea is to get the preliminary designs done in 2021. So we are ready to create this trail as the second bullet in your motion to do it in 2023. But this allows us the opportunity, if there are funds and grants available in 2022, we can apply for them. And if we get approved, then the bulk of the cost for the second trail connection will be through grant funding.
I do accept that third bullet, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that's kind of very, very clear as to the timing of when the second trail connection will be built and when we start doing the preliminary work and design for that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Administration, go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's the CEO. I will ask our General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure and staff to make a presentation.
Thank you, Town Manager. I will make a few brief comments, and I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Newstead, who has a small presentation with some maps that may be helpful to guide the discussion. There's a few comments I'd like to make. We have done some very high-level reviews of some trail options. I would like to emphasize that these are very preliminarily looks at some of the routes and some of the concerns. More work is to be done. The other comment I'd like to make is that one of the lenses we used to evaluate some of the trail options was the ability to construct in 2021. Both the technical feasibility, some of the constraints, including land, utilities, and environmental constraints such as the wetland. So those are some of the things that went into the analysis. And the third thing I'd like to emphasize would be we did go back and look at the 2020 active transportation strategy that the town completed last year and the council accepted for information. It is guiding us in our future works, and this trail to Spruce Grove connection was one of the highest engagement features of that plan, and several options were put forward. So we will speak to those today. So I'll hand it over to Mr. Newstead, who has some information to share, and of course we'll be available to answer any technical questions you may have.
Thank you, General Manager. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. I just want to do a quick check. My screen is visible right now to everybody.
Yes, it is, Mr. Newstead.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay. No, Thank you, Town Manager. Tonight, I'm here to provide council an update on possible options related to the trail connections between the town of Stony Plain and the city of Spruce Grove. I have a brief presentation to go over the options that the General Manager just alluded to for council's consideration on this motion. Here, I will just make this full screen. Apologies. Okay. So I just have a brief overview slide. I'll be going into a very brief background and approach, and just diving into the options that that have been considered through this process, as well as a brief description on the 2020 active transportation strategy that the General Manager alluded to, and then just closing up the presentation for questions from council. So a brief background and approach to the subject. As Town Council is aware, Town Council directed administration to work with the City of Spruce Grove's administration to evaluate options that could be brought to Council in order to connect the two communities via a trail. Since that motion in 2020, both engineering groups from the town of Stony Plain and the City of Spruce Grove have been meeting to determine different options. Many different things have been fleshed out regarding connectivity, routes that could be available to this project to accomplish these goals. The town, in consideration of all this, came up with 4 options that had a high likelihood of constructability and potential for the 2021 timeline. Additionally, the town also considered the active transportation strategy that was presented to council in 2020 in reviewing the CN route that was in consideration for 2023. These next few slides that I have available are just going to go over the different options that were considered at a very high level, and I'll welcome questions at the end with respect to them. So option A is a connection crossing from Veterans Boulevard north to Boundary Road, following the east side, pardon me, up to Grove Drive. The connection would interface with the Grove Drive roadway in Spruce Grove and would have a total length of approximately 1.8 kilometers. The second option for consideration is to follow the path along Highway 16A. This would, again, leaving from Veterans Boulevard, crossing on the north side, and would follow the entire alignment of 16A all the way to Jennifer Heil Way, and then moving north towards to connect to existing sidewalks. This would provide direct connection to the Tri-Leisure Center in Spruce Grove from Stony Plain. It is approximately just under 2 kilometers in trail length. Option C would be to follow a similar alignment to option A up Boundary Road. However, this would take an easterly turn, pardon me, toward following a future road alignment through Spruce Grove's development and eventually connecting up to Jennifer Heil. This option would leverage future McLeod Avenue as a route and would have an estimated length of about 1.75 kilometers. Lastly is option D in this, and for these particular ones, which is the same alignment as option B. However, it would be on the south side of 16A and connecting up to Jennifer Highway in the same manner. It's estimated to be the exact same length, just under 2 kilometers. This slide just shows a summary of all the options, just drawn up kind of crudely on an overview map. Each option, as you've just seen, are all connected here. They all go through, most of them will start in Veterans and work their way north into their connecting points along the other side. The one of note that I didn't show in the previous slides was the active transportation down south here, which follows the rail alignment and then connects northwise up to Spruce Grove. Just some very high level costs to consider for all these trail options. Options A, B, and C have detailed options. I'm not going to go into this table in detail, Your Worship and Council. I did just want to summarize a handful of things over on the right side here, which is the total cost ranges from $440,000 to $550,000 estimated at a high level. Should Stony Plain and Spruce Grove agree to a cost sharing allocation of 1/3 and 2/3, Stony Plains allocation will be on this column here, ranging from 145,000 to as much as 181,000. Option D has not been estimated in this fashion, as there is a wetland consideration in the proposed alignment. The wetlands presence does constitute some additional considerations that need some further investigation by administration, and it could impact costs and timelines. So for the sake of transparency, that we haven't fully costed out that option. However, it would not be less than option B, which is very similar in alignment. Lastly, according to the town's active transportation program report, the CN Rail line was estimated to be approximately $800,000. So just to sum up those cost allocations. Last slide just talks about some additional considerations for council's review. So firstly, that the costs presented here are very high level. That is to mean that both administrations have put a great deal of thought in trying to do their best to estimate the cost and other risks that could be involved with each of these projects and options presented. However, there are things that can pop up in a detailed review. Those can include utility right-of-way considerations. Those could include potential upgrades to a pertinent infrastructure. For example, if roadways require some additional work in order to facilitate the construction of a trail, that may need to be considered. There's also costs with other utility providers or stakeholders, for that matter, such as Alberta Transportation, that haven't necessarily been totally costed out at this stage, although may be of consideration. The second part is the timeline for constructing any of the options in 2021 is aggressive, and with more detail would bring more of those options to light as to what those constraints may be. And lastly, just as an additional point to trails, the trails of these types of connectivity do bring benefits such as either leisure or functional. That is to say, like as outlined in the transportation master plan presented to the council just last week, there's a high degree of push in the community for more active transportation options. Certainly, this fits within that plan and the feedback that we received from the community. So, facilitating both functional and leisure travel with active transportation modes is certainly something of consideration for both communities. Council, Your Worship, I'll now welcome any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Councillor Bennett, for the motion. So I'm going to open up the floor for members of council for any questions or comments regarding the presentation, and we'll go from there. I have a question for administration. I don't see nobody else has chimed in yet. So on the motion is to do a second location south of 16A. So that will, does staff figure that starting the preliminary drawings and design work in 2021, will that give us ample enough time to deal with the wetlands and the urban environment and oceans fisheries to get a trail built in 2023?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just ask either our general manager or manager to comment on that, whoever's more able to.
Yeah, Your Worship. Thank you for the question. Definitely starting the preliminary engineering this year will enable us to meet the 2023 timeline. So that should be adequate time to deal with the wetland or any unforeseen risks from that route.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to admin for the presentation. Just a quick question in regards to the trail options. As we see, several of the options are done through undeveloped areas, and all of these areas have particular area structure plans that call for certain trails, etc. So I just have a question as to, I guess, the permanency of these trail options, and particularly option A. Do we anticipate that the construction of option A, that trail, that will be a permanent trail? Or is the idea that this will be a trail to provide a connection now, with the trail requiring realignment and reconstruction as development comes about? So therefore, essentially, the money that's being invested now, is that long-term investment, or is that potentially throwaway cost in the long term? And secondary to that, do we have any trail options in which we feel that that might not be an issue or consideration?
Yeah, Your Worship, again, pass that over to our general manager or manager.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, thank you for the question. Yes, option A would be considered a throwaway cost. The trail would be located close to or adjacent to the current road structure, which would in the current right of way, which is would be planned to be expanded and upgraded to an arterial road standard with an adjacent trail similar to what you would see on the south side of the road today. At some point in the future, when that might happen is uncertain at this time. But yes, most of that work would be call it non-permanent infrastructure. In relation to other options which may be more permanent, we would expect all the other options to be somewhat more permanent. The one option that goes through option C, which goes through a middle of a development, that one was envisioned to find an alignment which would work with the area structure plan that's been proposed for those lands. We do understand there's some complications with the various landowners that the city would be leading, but that would be the envision there would be and an alignment that would be built around in the future and not be redundant.
Awesome, thank you. And if I may, Your Worship, just a clarity in regards to option A on the requirement for rebuild. So would that be the responsibility of the councils, so Spruce Grove and Stony Plain and the municipalities, or would that be the responsibility of the developer as they build out that area?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Laurie, if I could just understand the question, is the question when the trail gets permanently installed along with a new roadway at the town boundary, who would pay for those improvements? Is that the question?
Yeah, so we're talking about building this trail today, but then we're talking that in the future, as this area gets developed out, as the road is required to be widened and brought up to a different standard, etc., that this trail essentially needs to be completely redone. And so my question is, at that point in time, who pays for that? Is that us paying to rebuild this trail a second time, or is that the developer that is developing the area out who requires that infrastructure to be expanded that would reconstruct the trail? Similar, I guess, to what happened with Park West Crossing, where we had a trail in place. Park West Crossing required a realignment for that trail based on their development. Therefore, even though the trail was there in the past, they removed it and rebuilt the trail with the new alignment at no expense to us.
Yes, thank you for the question. I understand the question, Councillor Laurie. I guess the upgrade of that road, the timing and the need for the upgrade of that road is open for, I guess, debate and consideration. It was part of Spruce Grove's future city planning to have that road upgraded, and it currently is not in the town's transportation master plan to be upgraded based on our road transportation needs. So, I mean, the assumption right now is the upgrade to that road would be led by the city of Spruce Grove city planning. However, to be clear, the road right away is currently within the town boundary, so there would have to be many discussions and details to be worked out on those matters and when they take place and what that would look like and how it would be paid for. But currently there is no town project to upgrade that road, and the assumption would be that the city would be actively involved in the planning for that, as there's an urgent need on the city side of the boundary.
Thank you. Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question is in regards to a document that we received within the last few days, dated June 17th, 2008. And I'm looking for some direction from administration, if they could help me to understand this a little bit better, please. I understand that there was an agreement between the City of Spruce Grove, the Town of Stony Plain, and the Rotary Club of Stony Plain and Spruce Grove to build a trail between Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. Well, I fully support a trail going between the communities. I'm just wondering, the way I read this and the way I look at this, through this report, Stony Plain did what they were supposed to do and built the trail to Boundary Road or Veterans Boulevard at the point in time. Having said that, I don't see where the City of Spruce Grove has brought that trail. And I'm just wondering if administration can help me to understand where and why that trail has not been developed as of today.
Okay. Administration?
Yeah, Your Worship, it's CAO. So, yeah, Councillor Plechko, thank you for the question. So maybe a bit of, I'll just do a little quick backgrounder, if you want to call it that. So going back into mid 2000s, and certainly culminating in the late 2008, 2009, there was a discussion. I don't know if I call it a negotiation, but discussions back and forth between the Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and the Rotary clubs of both communities. At that time, it's my understanding that the Rotary clubs put money towards the extension or a joint trail, so to speak, and the two municipalities were entered into an agreement between Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and the Rotary clubs to work on the completion of that trail. So I believe, if I don't have all the exact dates in front of me, but I believe within a handful of years following that, Stony Plain did work on the extension of the trail within the Stony Plain boundaries and got it to, I would say, more or less close to the 16A and Veterans Boulevard intersection. I mean, clearly the City of Spruce Grove did not. And over my time here, certainly some of the dialogue with the City of Spruce Grove, as council's aware, there was development coming westward from the City of Spruce Grove towards the town of Stony Plain. I know that there was dialogue back and forth with the developer and the landowners in the area, and that some of the intent was to, as development moved along, that trail would get completed. Your Worship, that's a bit of a backgrounder and certainly my own perspective over the course of the last 10 years. I won't speak for the City of Spruce Grove, but that's my recollection and understanding of what we got and where we were at. I'll stop there if that answers the question.
Okay, Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you. And further to that a little bit, so in reference to option A, north of Highway 16A along future Boundary Road to existing Grove Drive, help me to understand the property along that road that we're talking about building, who that property belongs to and what side that trail will be built on. And further to that question, if that is a disposable trail for just shy of $600,000, and B, C, and D are more viable trails, why is administration optioned A as the most viable trail for today?
Your Worship, just to touch on a couple of those questions. I'll maybe ask our general manager to speak to. I think the first question, if I can paraphrase, was about the lay of the land, so to speak, along that line. So I'll just ask our general manager to speak to that question.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Palechko. So the concept that would be envisioned there would be that the trail would be in the existing right-of-way, so land purchase would not be necessary. It would be on the east side of the existing road, and recognizing it is a fairly tight fit, but that would be the option to build that trail adjacent to the current roadway within the existing right-of-way, recognizing that they're ditching and other overhead power complications that would have to be flushed out in the design stage at this time. So I think it's kind of a backup to your second part of your question. Why was this option brought forward? It was mainly because of the land requirements. It was felt that a trail could fit in there, and that land and other complications, which would mean further delays and potentially 1 to 2 more years to build. It could be done in this year. That's the main crux of the matter, is that the land is available and there appear to be fewer constraints than the other options.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for those questions, Councillor Palechko. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have 2 questions. Will we contract out the work to be done on this, or can our and Spruce Grove's Public Works do it? I guess my main question for that is, if it's going to be a temporary road, and who knows how long temporary would be. Our Public Works has done some beautiful, wonderful trails here in town. So I'm wondering if we have the capability between our 2 municipalities to do it in-house, and that might save a little bit on the construction of it. And my second question is, which option requires the least amount of land to be purchased? And now I understand that it's this one. But in order of land purchased, what are the options?
Your Worship, and through to Councillor Bennett, I'll maybe provide a couple comments there, and then the General Manager can weigh in a little further. I mean, I'll try to answer the first one. I don't believe the intent was that this construction would be undertaken by own forces, or whether Stony Plains or Spruce Groves. I'll stop there. Perhaps the General Manager wishes to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that was the intent. And then I would ask the General Manager to speak to land requirements or I mean, on the other options.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Bennett. Yes, this project was not envisioned to be done with in-house resources. It was envisioned to be contracted out. One of the things at this time is there is no design, and the scope of the work may be more complicated than a somewhat flat trail through town. So the contracted out option is probably the way to go. In relation to the amount of land that would be required, so the assumption we've been working with is that option A has a low amount of land required, potentially no land purchase except for the piece into Spruce Grove, where I understand that they would have to have conversations with the developer to connect into the existing Grove Drive trail. Option B, which goes along the north of Highway 16A, it likely has a very low amount of land. We were unsure if it could fit in the existing Alberta Transportation right-of-way, So that was one thing. Discussions with Alberta Transportation would have to take place on that option. Option C, which goes through the middle of the development in Spruce Grove along the future McLeod Avenue. That one would require a lot of land, and that was one of the reasons it was felt that the timeline was going to be challenging. And then option D along the south side of the highway again, we weren't sure if it could fit in the highway right of way or whether it would have to be on private land south of the highway. So that was one of the considerations there, which is, of course, the answer to that is unknown. The other option along the CN rail, adjacent to the CN rail route in the town and then into Spruce Grove as we go east, that would have to be 100% in private lands that we'd have to purchase. And there we go. There's all the options there. So the orange option, either north or south of the rail, depending on the land arrangements, etc. It would have to be purchased as an adjacent to the right of way and would not be allowed to be in the CN right of way. So those are our assumptions on the land.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And who's ever got the most, can they leave the screen up there now that shows the 4 options? This has been talked about even long before I got on council. I think it was early to mid 2000s and stuff like that. So we're 15 years debating it, and hopefully we're going to get closer to pulling the pin on this one. Not pulling the pin, but getting this thing done so that we can move forward. I don't see option C being viable at all. The owner of those lands has been really not willing to sell it, and I think we were just told by the general manager that option C is going to require lots of land. So I think that's going to be a hefty price. I'm glad that Councillor Laurie brought up the thing about a throwaway. And that's not a bad idea or a bad problem to have, because we'll build a temporary road. I do not see that road going from 16A to the church to be widened at any time soon. And I think it's a lot of years. Even if we said 10, 12 years, I think we'd probably be looking at adding another 5 or 7 onto those numbers easily, just for the sheer cost and stuff like that. We know that Spruce Grove has had an interest in those lands, and we may find down the road it might be advantageous to sell those lands, that roadway and stuff like that, which then that puts the whole thing back into Spruce Grove's bivouac. I think this is a good idea, and I think we should make a decision here on it and go from there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think Councillor Meyer was next. Go ahead, Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going back to Councillor Plechko's comments regarding sort of the history, I was wondering if admin could, for my benefit, sort of do that again, except to explain to me how our trails were paid for. I'm just curious, as we did have this money put aside by the Rotary. I'm curious if we used up any of that to make any of our trail system, and how it will be used for any of these options.
Yeah, Your Worship, thanks for the question to Councillor Meyer. So maybe just to the first half, the information we have going back in our own records, and again, I wouldn't say that I would call it 100% audited at this point in time, but the general understanding from the records that I've seen going back pre-2010 was that the majority of the trail costs, which we would consider to be part of the Rotary Trail connection, if you want to call it that, would have been made up from the Rotary Club grant, so to speak, the 150 that I think I alluded to earlier, and then bluntly, Your Worship, a few other what look to be provincial grant sources of the day, and the only I don't know if I'd say anomaly, but there was a reference in the reporting to costs borne through the internal operating budget of roughly 125,000, I believe the number was, which again can't verify, but that could have been soft cost, I won't say gift in kind, but work in kind, or it may have been a hard cost from the operating budget. It's difficult to tell at this point, Your Worship. I'll stop there, see if that's the clarification Councillor Meyer was looking for.
Okay, Councillor Meyer.
Yeah, no, that works good. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any more hands up, so I will ask my question. In the motion, this references to a joint connection to be located south of Highway 16A. So in terms of that, is the mission considering option D or option ATP recommendation? Because both of those are south of 16A.
Your Worship, I will speak to that and certainly ask the General Manager to add further a supplement or provide further comments. So I believe in the wording of the motion, the intent was to look for an option that didn't require crossing the road at 16A and Veterans Boulevard. So there's a couple different alignments as the manager has went through. So we were wanting to, leave it open that we could explore both of them and provide those that summary or option back to council when some of that preliminary work is done and we have a better understanding of the costs and abilities south of 16A. I'll ask our General Manager if there's anything further he'd like to add to that.
Your Worship, and I know that that summed it up very well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Plechko, I think you messaged in that you have a comment or a question.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. Thank you, Mayor Choi. Listening to administration talk here a bit, I hear some reservations in option A because of some power lines, whether it actually fits, a number of things. And I heard option B to be fairly easy. Now, my question to administration is, I understand, and maybe you can help me to understand this clearly, but the corner of Boundary and 16A on the north side of the road, which the city of Spruce Grove is working with a developer to develop right now, would it make sense to have option B as one of the ones that fits within the thing? I understand the only thing that I heard you talk about administration was possibility of a bit of a delay with ATE. So can you help me to understand that a little bit better, please?
Yeah, Your Worship, excuse me. I'll maybe ask our General Manager of Planning Infrastructure to provide some comment there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Plechko. I'll start this one off, and I'm going to ask Mr. Newstead to help me out a little bit. We did have discussions with Spruce Grove on the trying to fit the trail into the north side on Highway 16A. Of course, we don't own the right of way. We would have to be working with Alberta Transportation. There was some logistical challenges there with the right of way and the utilities. But I'll ask Mr. Newstead to comment on anything he can remember from those discussions.
Thank you, General Manager. You are correct. There were the biggest stakeholder in that particular option is Alberta Transportation, followed closely by the utility power provider for the main power lines in the area. There are typically setbacks and other considerations that we don't know at this time. Spruce Grove also had asked the question about future crossings in that area for future developments in the long term. While that's not a big consideration at this stage, it was a question that was discussed. Pardon me, it was discussed. I don't know if that adds further brevity to the option for the councillor. I guess I'll send it back to the general manager if there's anything else that we would like to talk about.
Okay. Anything else, general manager?
No, Your Worship.
Thank you. Any other more questions from council? Okay. See none. We have Councillor Bennett that made the motion, and we added a third bullet to it. So members of council, any questions, comments, and debate regarding the motion on hand? Councillor Bennett, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that I've been thinking a lot about lately. I'll tell you my real reservation with option B. Along the highway, we don't know how big the right-of-way is. We'll have to work with Alberta Transportation. Well, right now I'm seeing flags for that. Plus, I can just imagine we build a trail along that highway. The first thing that our riders and our commuters using that trail will demand is some kind of barrier between the trail and the highway. If I were going to ride it, and I just might, that's the first thing I would demand is some kind of barrier for rock chips and for noise and for cars driving too close to that side. I can just see more dollar signs at that, using that route. To me, the only viable option is A. We can get it done fairly quickly, and I think it'll be a scenic route. I don't know if any of our councillors are going to argue the fact of Spruce Grove said they were going to do it and they didn't do it. So we're going to put our foot down and say we're not going to do it. Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, that is a throwback to earlier councils and earlier progress. It just does not make sense that throughout this whole time, and so many, when I was reading through the background of this and how many times this has come before council, and each time Stony Plain stamped their feet and said, no, we're not going to do it because Spruce Grove promised they'd do it. But Mr. Mayor, you know what? Development just has not happened. We foresaw that the development going west from Spruce Grove would be filling in all of that space. And so it only seems fair right now, to be honest, since Boundary Road is our road still technically, that we participate, we cooperate, we collaborate, which is what I've been hearing from this council for the last 4 years, that we need to get this done. And paying 1/3 and Spruce Grove paying 2/3 makes perfect sense to me. I do not understand why anyone would think that this is not a good opportunity. That's all I have to say at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with what Councillor Bennett said. I do believe that A is the best option at this time. It's time to do this, but I do hope that our administration will fully explore the options for south of 16A, because I think that's critically important as well. So without question, I do support the motion that's on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Matties, we can't get the third bullet point on there. That was added and accepted by Councillor Bennett, was that we take $50,000 from the trail reserve in a cost sharing agreement with the City of Spruce Grove to do the preliminary designs in 2021.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak, comment, and debate on this? Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a big thank you to administration for all the work that's gone on to get this to the point that it is today. You know, I do want to start a little bit in recognizing the history on this. You know, we talk about a 2008-2009 agreement, but this trail actually goes back as far as 1995, from the 1995 Alberta Summer Games that were hosted by the Tri-Region, and this leisure connection was born out of this. You know, we got forward to 2008-2009, where we were able to move forward with the Rotary agreement. We had completed portions of the trail by the end of 2011, and you know, unfortunately, to today, there's just been challenges and barriers that have and obstacles that have been put in place that did not allow for the fruition of that previous agreement, which, you know, it's certainly disappointing, and I'm sure anybody in this community would have loved to seen a trail connection completed long before this. You know, being a 35-year resident of this community, literally growing up every day of my life in the Tri-Region, I would have loved nothing more than in my youth to have a trail connecting Spruce Grove and Stony Plain. And you know, I'm looking forward to the prospect of you know, multiple trails throughout the next several years coming in place that will connect our communities and allow for seamless transportation, no matter what mode people choose to take. You know, part of the considerations when I look at this is, you know, the original trail agreement was to connect to the TLC, and what we're seeing today in option A goes beyond that, brings us down to Grove Drive, which, so connecting back into some of that, you know, maybe is a little bit difficult. We also have the intersection improvements that we have to look at 16A and Veteran Boulevard. But the reality is we're connecting two communities that have fantastic trail systems, and we're connecting those into one. What really stands out for me is the addition, and I'm really glad to see the addition come onto this motion, because my concern that I originally had when we had our council meeting with the City of Spruce Grove and discussed this, and as we've, you know, kind of discussed this up to this point, was what option A accomplishes versus what our community members have spoke about versus what we see in our active transportation master plan or strategy, if you want to call it that. The reality is, trails are more than just leisure, and they certainly can be used for that, but trails can also be used for connecting people to employment, connecting people to services, connecting people to shopping or dining, connecting people to other recreation amenities, and many of those things. So when we saw just option A, I did have difficulty in saying, is that the trail that, you know, we want to invest in? If we're looking at one option, does that trail tick, you know, as many boxes as possible and give us the best value for the money spent on what it achieves? And the answer, in all honesty, for option A, I think, is no. I don't think that trail in and of itself achieves those possibilities in the best way. However, it is a trail option that is feasible at this exact moment. It is viable at this exact moment. It may not be a permanent trail, but it certainly is a trail that, you know, for the time that it's going to be there, will provide us with a great service. It provides a great opportunity for leisure and recreation and connection into Spruce Grove's trail system down at Grove Drive. It provides a great option for active transportation for those in our community who attend the Catholic high school, which we already know there are some transportation issues with. So this provides another great option there. And it also provides a great option for all of our residents wishing to visit friends and family in the north portion of Spruce Grove. However, I'm again, the most important part of this motion to me is the third bullet that was added, and I'm incredibly glad to see this because that trail does achieve many of those selections, and that trail was what was identified in our active transportation strategy. So I'm very, very supportive of this, the way that it is presented, and I certainly hope that we hear that similar conversations have occurred in the city of Spruce Grove. And I think it's something that we need to continue to look at. And just these two trails certainly will not be the end of it. There will be so many connections between our two communities in the future as we develop out that we need to be sure that we always have these top of mind and we are understanding at what time it is appropriate to explore what option. We've got this connection with Grove Drive. We've got what would be the initial proposed connection of the Rotary Trail plan that brings us through to the Tri-Leisure Center at approximately the church that's along Boundary Road. We've got the future extension of McLeod Avenue. We have the potential for Highway 16A, though I agree with a lot of the comments that a trail along Highway 16A is inappropriate for many reasons. We've got potential trail along the CN tracks that's identified in our active transportation strategy. And then we also have our subdivisions of the area structure plan of Edgeland for the town of Stony Plain and Shiloh for the city of Spruce Grove that butt two residential areas right back to back with each other. So I'm very encouraged and very supportive of this motion. I'm very happy to see that we have the potential of completing a trail connection with the city of Spruce Grove in the year 2021 within this calendar year. I think there would be nothing better to celebrate than to see that completed, even though we do have a little bit of uncertainty there. I'm sure our administration and their administration will work diligently to overcome those. And I'm very excited to see that we are putting money forward to get the next trail going, because my biggest scared feeling that comes from this is taking another 12 to 25 years to get another trail connecting our two communities. So again, a huge thank you to all council colleagues, both here and in the city of Spruce Grove. A huge thanks to both administrations in the town of Stony Plain and the city of Spruce Grove for bringing these forward. And I look forward to our conversations in the future as we continue to make more connections between our communities that meet all the different needs that trails can.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilor Laurie. Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Well, that 3.5 minutes said a lot and a lot of what I'm thinking, but I think what really, for me, option A was not an option to begin with. And as we've discussed things along the way, I think option A is a very good option. It does connect our two communities together, even though it's a bit of a throwaway. One of the things I really encourage administration to do is in 2007, when the original agreement was done, there was a termination clause in there that allowed one individual out. And I think this going forward, we need to keep the termination clause out so that this trail is completed in a timely manner in 2023. And I really appreciate the third clause of what come into this, where it is tying the two communities to doing something together. It is time that councils work together, and this council, Stony Plain and Spruce Grove, have worked very well over this past term. And I look forward to the rest of the season and getting this trail done.
Thank you, Councilor Plechko. Any other questions, comments, debate from members of council? Okay, seeing none, I'll weigh in. Great presentation, great conversation and comments by members of council. I had a hard time dealing with this motion. I am a Stony Plain Rotary member, so I do recall the conversation around the Rotary table regarding the trail connection. Again, this was started back way back 25 years ago during the Alberta Summer Games of 1995, which both the Rotary clubs of Stony Plain and Spruce Grove had a big hand in doing and facilitating. And the idea was to have a connection between the two communities that went up Boundary Road. And the two municipalities had some kind of agreement to make this happen. Stony Plain had planned for that. And fortunately enough, we had the growth to get us closer to that intersection. I think the town manager mentioned 2008, 2009 is when we started having more formal agreements. By that time, we had Jutland Ridge and Sun Meadows on the horizon that were starting to build houses in that quarter. So it made it prudent and accessible for Town Stony Plain to build and complete that trail connection. Spruce Grove, from my understanding, had the same understanding and determination to build a trail to that intersection and that connection between Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. However, their development and growth in their community did not go that way. So for many years, and I am one of those members as well, that I've always told members of our community and the city of Spruce Grove that we fulfilled our commitment for the Rotary Trail to build it to the corner and intersection of 16A and Boundary Road. However, things do change. Listening to members of council, listening to members of the city of Spruce Grove, and listening to our administration, sometimes we can't just rest on one scenario. If we did that, a lot of our developments, a lot of our planning personally and in business-wise would never come to fruition, because if we just held strong on what we originally thought, a lot of those things would not be accomplished. So with that, I think we have, as mentioned by members of council, we have an option here to make that connection today. It is going to cost us a little bit of money. Looking at the motion, it's going to be $150,000. That's coming out of our 2020 surplus for option A, and then $50,000 coming from the trail reserve to do a preliminary design for a south connection south of 16A. I think that those dollars are well spent this time, especially the need that we need to be connected and the limited ability for us to interact with one another. I do think that both our staff and the City of Spruce Grove staff did an excellent job of getting something that we can discuss and debate as councils. So that way I'm going to change my mind. My stance in the past has been that this connection should have been borne by the City of Spruce Grove. But hearing my comments from my fellow councillors and members of the public and our members of staff, I am changing that, and I will support the motion at hand. Councillor Bennett, you made the motion. Would you like to make closing comments?
I think you summed it up very well, Mr. Mayor. I too was one of the Stony Plain councillors who stamped her feet and said, no, we did our part. It's up to them. And it got us absolutely nowhere. And, you know, we need to open our mind. We need to be able to see other options and get things done. So, Mr. Mayor, my closing comments are that I'm glad to hear the support that this motion garnered tonight during this discussion. It makes me extremely proud of this council, to be honest, that we're able to look past some of our past prejudices and move forward to the betterment of both communities. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Bennett. So with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you. And great work, ladies and gentlemen. I look forward to having the trail connections between City of Spruce Grove and Stony Plain, especially in 2021 and then in 2023 for the second trail connection. Members Council, moving on to 9.4. We're doing the 2020 year-end operating results. And if I can have Deputy Mayor make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the distribution of the remaining 2020 operating surplus of $1,224,771 as follows. 1, tax, excuse me, tax levy stabilization reserve, $428,007. 2, arena debenture, brackets, tax levy stabilization reserve, $296,764. And 3, trail reserves, $500,000.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know that there are staff have provided a written summary. I will ask our General Manager of Corporate Services if any of her staff wish to, or I'll ask them to provide further comment.
Thank you, Town Manager. I just have a few brief comments and then I'll ask our Manager of Finance to speak to Council directly to this. Overall, the surplus presented in front of you tonight was larger than we had projected at the corporate planning earlier in this year. But the two largest items making up the variance were what we had projected, the $1.8 million and the most grant from the province in relation to COVID, as well as the $1 million surplus that the golf course ended the year with. And you'll see our recommendations again are continuing with the same themes that we had recommended back in the corporate plan. With COVID uncertainty and large upcoming capital projects, focusing on putting dollars to either repay debt or put into reserve to help us into the future. And I'll just pass it over to the Manager of Finance to speak a little bit more about the report in front of you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. This evening, I will present to you the information as included in the agenda package in regards to the 2020 unaudited year-end operating results. This information represents a surplus from budget in the amount of $4,024,771 for the year ended 2020. It is important to note the data presented is unaudited at this time and has potential to change slightly as the audit is finalized. In the report included in the agenda, significant variances to budget have been explained, making up the total surplus. A portion of the anticipated surplus was committed through the 2021 corporate planning process, which is made up of funding internal borrowings and debentures. Administration's recommendation is the remaining surplus be distributed as identified in the motions before you. As per policy, 1/3 of the surplus is transferred to the tax levy stabilization reserve. Debenture repayments have been calculated with the Alberta Capital Financing Authority, and a small savings will be realized by repaying the arena debenture early. Through early repayment of the arena and town office, an additional $500,000 in debt capacity will be available. We will require separate motions from Council tonight to repay this debt early, which are included in the lead sheet recommendation. As per previous agenda items on the region trails, a transfer to the trails reserve in the amount of $500,000 is recommended that will fund option A at $150,000 and a second option in the future or other trails within the town. Utilities are self-sustaining and highlighted separately in the report. On page 108 of the package, utilities has been broken out to show the variance to budget. The variance to budget defines the difference in the budgeted reserve transfer and actual transfer to reserve on these items. As mentioned in the report, both water and wastewater saw unbudgeted repair costs and lower consumption. Storm received a grant from 2019 flood expenses in the amount of $96,000. It is recommended the surplus in storm caused by the grant is transferred to the Storm Capital Reserve, which we are asking Council for a motion tonight. At this point, I would like to open it up to any questions Council may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of Council, any questions of clarity and understanding? Okay. Councillor Bennett, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am referring to page 106 of our package, and it's bullet 9. And was indicated on that page that I don't have quite right now, but that part of this was because our bank charges were under budget, $56,000, due to interest savings as no letter of credit draw was required due to timely collection of taxes. Now, you'll remember, Mr. Mayor, that we did postpone taxes and gave a bit of leeway on this because of the COVID pandemic. And I just personally think that a lot of this surplus was because our residents came to the forefront and paid their taxes when they could during extremely difficult times. And I just want to thank our community for supporting us and following through on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Open up the floor for questions, comments, and debate regarding the presentation and the motion on the floor. If somebody can. Okay, that's the first motion that has 3 points. On the agenda package, it has all 4 recommended motions. So to administration, are we going to deal with them all, or are we going to deal with them separately here?
Your worship, I'll maybe just ask our general manager of corporate services to provide some clarity there.
Your worship, we would ask that you deal with them separately.
Okay. Sounds good. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, admin, for the presentation this evening. My comments go around, as we see the motion in front of us speaking to a surplus of $1.2 million listed as the remaining surplus because of the way that some of these dollars have been allocated. One of the questions that I have is, as we go through the significant variances, we see a variance of a positive of just over $1 million from the golf course, which is an incredible positive because we know that based on what we were anticipating from COVID and everything, that we were looking at a shortfall there and a loss. And my challenge with this, and I guess my question to administration on this, is the golf course seems to be quite volatile. We've had everything from obviously a $1 million surplus year to 6-figure losses of I believe over $500,000. I think we had one year that was upwards of 600,000 and so on. And it's become a bit of a challenge, I think, to predict and manage that. And so when we have a year like this where we have such a significant surplus, I'm just wondering if there's been consideration from administration standpoint of the creation of some type of a operational reserve strictly dedicated to the golf course, similar to what we have for our tax levy stabilization, but that would be contributed by the golf course. So for instance, if the golf course sees a surplus, maybe we have a policy in place where 1/3 of that surplus goes into the golf course operational reserve, and the remaining surplus then goes into the town coffers in whatever way, shape, or form that we deal with surplus that way. Just because it seems like this particular line item seems to be one that holds, I would say, the most volatility. So maybe if we could have a little bit of commentary on the thought process around that.
Good comment, administration.
Excuse me, Your Worship. I mean, I can certainly provide a general comment or some thought there, and then would ask our General Manager of Corporate Services or Manager of Financing to weigh in further, or perhaps even correct me if my line of logic is incorrect. But you know, first of all, Your Worship, just to acknowledge the basic thought about the volatility of the Stony Plain Golf Course, and as Council has certainly seen in the last, whether 4 or 5, 6 years, it's certainly been more volatile than what I recall it being, maybe in the 5 years, preceding that. So, I mean, certainly consideration given along those lines, or perhaps should be as we move forward. The comment I would make, and I would certainly ask my general manager to correct me if my thinking is offline on this, but in this particular year, the surplus at the golf course, I mean, it came as a result of the initial budget not really indicating any potential revenue. So I don't know that it would be considered a true operating surplus or what have you, or if it was more because the way we did the initial budget that it appears as a significant surplus. I'll stop there. That's what I would like our general manager to feel free to not agree with that line of thinking, but I'll stop there and turn it to the general manager.
To Your Worship and all of Council, no, I would agree with the town manager that is correct thinking, in that the $1 million we show is because there was those significant adjustments made to the budget. However, the golf course did end up in a small surplus, and the manager of finance could, tell us that number if that's helpful to Council to know. I believe it's around 200,000 or 300,000 on the bottom line. So they did bring in, revenue to the town. I guess this is a conversation we are having internally, and with the reserve policy coming to Council later this year, would be interested in your thoughts on that. I think our thought was, we haven't fully developed what that should be, and look forward to that discussion as to what the reserve policy around golf course could be. So in the interim, let's put it to the tax levy stabilization, which allows us to deal with some of these fluctuations into the future. As well as sort of understand where the golf course is going in the future. Hopefully it stays positive and this doesn't become an issue, but understanding really how Council wants to fund and treat that golf course going forward. Typically we disclose it separately, and there's a little bit more public attention on how that golf course is running. And so we want to bring clarity as to how that's funded into the future. So I think it's a great question, something we're working on internally, and hope to have more discussion with Council going forward on that piece.
Okay, sounds good. And Councilor Lori does make a good point there regarding that. Is there when can we expect an actual reporting, accounting of the operations of the golf course? I understand that we budgeted zero income and we received over $1 million, so that's why we have a huge surplus there. When is that normally presented to Council?
Your Worship, it would come as part of the audited financial statements. As you remember, there's that separate schedule that does show the golf course separately. And I'd ask, maybe our manager of finance probably does have the preliminary numbers that she could just speak to right now for Council to know where that result is showing right now, which I wouldn't expect any changes to come from the audit, but I mean, we always just indicate that they are preliminary at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so from the preliminary numbers, we had approximately just over $900,000 expense budgeted for the golf course. And so that was because we removed the revenue and we knew that we still had expenses to sustain the golf course even if it wasn't opened. And so that is basically where that $1 million surplus is coming in. We actually ended the year in a surplus of $152,000. So when you compare that to a budget of $900,000, it comes up with just over $1 million surplus.
Okay, thank you. And second question to that, because Councilor already mentioned about the reserve, and I believe administration will be bringing back a policy for us to talk about regarding how much a reserve is necessary and warranted, because it is all dollars and tax dollars that affect the residents. Can that be part of that conversation if council wants to do that, is to have a policy that's embedded in that reserve policy where it says when there is a surplus from the golf course operating, that's maybe a third, a half, I don't know, that goes into a reserve to help offset years of lower income, and when there is not a surplus?
Yes, Your Worship, that's where I would suggest that it's at that policy level that we decide, how do we want those surpluses and deficits of the golf course to be treated, and put that within the policy, and then that's what we would distribute. And I mean, council also would have opportunity if we wanted to redirect from tax levy to start that reserve, there could be discussion of that as well. But that's the best place for it, is the policy.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to administration for that great clarity. I certainly didn't expect that we made $1 million over expenses, because if we did, I would say we should build 3 more golf courses. But definitely, it's great to see that we did end up in a net surplus at the end of the year of 152,000. And my commentary definitely still stands. I'd really like to see us develop that policy as we move forward, and great comments, about the potential to move some money from tax levy stabilization. Historically, knowing that the golf course did provide great revenue to the town that was used in different areas in the past, and unfortunately, when it was in a situation where it wasn't making as many revenues and needed some investment, it caused a bit of concern in regards to the numbers. But ultimately, in the end, I think it's all worked out. I do just have one more question, and it is regards with some of the debenture payoffs, essentially, that we're seeing with some of this surplus, and how that is anticipated to impact our spring adjustment. Obviously, paying these debentures off using surplus removes those debenture payments from our tax roll and our tax percentage, or the mill rate that we would collect. And so I'm just interested if administration can provide us a little bit, maybe, I guess it might be jumping the gun a little bit, but maybe a little bit of context as to what we might see in respect to spring adjustments based on paying some of these debentures off.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So the debentures that were within the corporate plan, those were factored in. So there wouldn't be any adjustment to the spring budget, but if council is comfortable with us repaying the early on the arena, there would be those savings of the 55,000 that's noted in the lead sheet. So that would be, it could be adjusted at spring adjustments. I mean, I guess the only other tempering comment I'd put on that is, we know there are some revenue shortages as well, mainly arena, which have been identified at this time, but it'll definitely help us with that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
No, thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciate all the work that administration has put into this. I wish we could have a $4 million surplus every year. It would be a good problem to have, although it's probably not prudent accounting, but appreciate all the work that's gone in and some of the creative solutions and the way that this has been presented to guide us into the future and to better fiscal health and responsibility.
Thank you. Yes, and I agree with you. It's probably not a good idea to have a $4 million surplus each and every year, but with the work that our staff have done with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the changes that council approved at spring adjustment has made this a reality. And now we're able to put a lot of money into reserves and pay off other debts, therefore helping us be better suited for the recovery and for the future as we continue to provide the best services and amenities for residents at the best rate possible. Members of council, anyone else want to make comment or speak to the motion? Okay, See, nobody has texted in. I have a quick question for administrative staff. Last year, during spring adjustment and a few other initiatives that council did to help our residents deal with the COVID-19 impacts, council passed a motion to defer tax payments and zero interest payments until September of 2020. Knowing that we're not quite out of the woods yet, is it a possibility for council to entertain another motion like that that would defer property tax payments and void any interest until September 30th of 2021, allowing residents a little more time to recover, as we know this is an ongoing issue with the impacts of COVID-19.
Your worship, we have heard that there is some of these discussions going on. And so if that is something that council would like us to investigate, we could do that and bring back the impacts of that as part of the spring budget discussion. And I'd maybe just, I know the manager of finance would have some preliminary comments, but it's definitely something that we could analyze and bring back as part of that spring budget.
Thank you. Does the manager want to say anything?
Nothing more to add, just that, you know, we've been in contact with some of the other financial area, like the city managers and in the finance departments, and there is a preliminary list of some councils that have started to have these discussions and make a few motions in regards to, one was tax deferral and two, penalty canceling. The only comment I would make was that hasn't been announced this year, but was last year, was the Alberta School Foundation payment was deferred last year. So the town of Stony Plain did not have to pay that until later in the year. And so that gave us a bit more room in our cash flow, I guess you can say, to allow for some of those deferrals. Whereas I have not heard yet if that is going to be the case this year. And so that may impact our cash flow a bit more, and we may have to pull on our line of credit or cash in investments to make it through that time period. But we absolutely can bring some more information back.
Okay, thank you. And that's just a comment. So I'm not too sure if council would like to see something like that be brought forward at spring adjustment so we can see it or not. But maybe we could have a little chat about that under council information and discussion, and if council members can weigh in, that way we can you know, provide some direction and guidance for administration to do some work. Okay, seeing that nobody has messaged that they like to speak to this motion, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. So moving to number 2 of the motion, Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the 2020 storm surplus of $127,701 to the Storm Capital Reserve.
Okay. Administration, anything to comment on this?
Nothing further from us, Your Worship.
Okay. Members of council, any questions for clarity, understanding, and debate? Seeing that nothing has come in on my phone, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to number 3. We go to Councillor Mattis, please.
The Town Council approved the early repayment of the arena debenture as borrowed on bylaw 2251/DEB/06 in the amount of $296,764 to be refunded from the Tax Levy Stabilization Reserve.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Administration, go ahead. Anything to add?
No, Your Worship, this would just give us the direction to be able to proceed, and we would make those payments in 2021, and you would see it come off the debt limit and free up that debt limit as previously indicated.
Good. I appreciate the background information that was reported earlier that it would save us dollars, because now it is positive in our favor that if we paid off, the payment is offset by the interest. So we're actually going to come out ahead of this. And some of the reasons why we had not prepaid other debenture borrows is because it costs us too much in payment options versus the interest that we would actually have to pay if we held out for the rest of the term. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And you kind of hit on the question that I had, and it's in relation to the paying it off early and knowing that we have a little bit of a penalty, I guess, if you want to call it that, but that our savings are more. And sorry, I was just trying to find it here. So it talks about there's $8,000 in savings, so that the penalties are less than the interest remaining. I guess my question to administration on that is, is there any other compelling reason why we would either pay this debt off or keep this debt on the books? Like, is there anything else at this point in time that is felt that could be a priority that this money could be allocated to? A difference of $8,000. I mean, $8,000 is $8,000. It's great to save it, but it's really not an outstanding amount. And I'm just curious, if we decided to keep the debenture and put the cash into a different vehicle, is there any other priorities that administration had identified as possibilities for this funding, or was that $296,764 is the arena kind of the be all end all when we look at that?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, I would say that, I think that arena and the priority around that was definitely part of the consideration of this recommendation. And we know that there's a lot of debenture borrowing required into the future based on the priorities. So it was thought best to use this money to clear some of that up, as well as, you already figured out that we do get some of that tax room into 2021. So it just gives us some more stability, gives us some more debt to move these other projects forward, which are larger. And so that's why the recommendation is in front of you tonight.
Excellent. Thank you. And Your Worship, if I can just add a comment to that, with these debt payoffs and all of the creative solutions that have been looked forward, can administration or can council, expect that administration will be providing, I guess, kind of an updated debenture summary in the near future, so that we can understand sort of what's still on the books, what's come off the books, and what our future debentures look like? Because obviously this would have changed relatively significantly since corporate plan.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie, we can definitely bring that as part of spring budget, a high level summary as to where we now sit with these motions moving forward.
Excellent. Thank you. That would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. And good questions, comments on that one. Anything else on this? I see nothing else come in, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, we can go to Councillor Laurie for the 4th motion of 9.4.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Town Council approve the early repayment of the Town Office debenture as borrowed on bylaw 2165/DEB/02 in the amount of $256,927 to be funded from the Tax Levy Stabilization Reserve.
Okay. Thank you. Administration?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was one of the debentures identified and allocated within the corporate plan. As indicated with the arena one, we did do a further investigating with ACFA, and this was part of the small savings and sort of same rationale as around the arena debenture.
Okay, Thank you. Members of council, any comments, questions, and debate regarding the motion? Okay, see none. Before I call the question, I just want to thank administration for the work that they've done on this file with the surplus, and definitely the hard work that was done over the last year to kind of adjust our programming and what we do as a community and the services that we provided for our residents through the global pandemic. And I do appreciate the fact that administration has thought through this and allocating some monies to reserves and paying off current debt, which does save us money. And as a business owner and a member of the community, saving $8,000 is saving $8,000. That is $8,000 less we have to go to the tax base for in the future. So definitely appreciate that. All these savings do add up. And as I mentioned before, town council and administration staff have been very, very prudent in making sure that our finances are in order and that we do keep the best rates possible for the services that we provide for our residents. With that, I'll call question. All those in favor?
Mayor, the 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that ends our business items. So members of council, moving on to council information and council discussion. Anything that you would like to update administrative staff or members of council on? But let's first off, let's recognize today is the International Day of the Women, so recognizing Councillor Bennett and Councillor Matties for your work and your involvement in politics, and definitely you guys add a dimension and conversation that maybe some of us male counterparts do not think of. So thank you very much for your contributions to your community and being great role models for young girls in our municipality. And to all our female staff as well. Councillor Laurie, you're first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll echo your sentiments to our councillor colleagues and to all of our administration colleagues. Again, we appreciate all of the valuable contributions that you put forth, and I laughed with a colleague from another council today that we shouldn't need a day, but because they should be celebrated every day. But I'm glad that we have the day to ensure that we know and they know that all of our appreciations are expressed. So thank you very much for bringing that forward. I just want to also say that it appears that Spruce Grove has passed their motion unanimous as well, from what a message I've received on the respect to the trails. So that's fantastic news, I think, for both communities and for us moving forward. I did just want to bring forward one issue that has been raised, and maybe the member of the TLC board or administration can provide a little clarity. Obviously, in difficult times with the pandemic and the restrictions put in place by Alberta Health Services, there's had to be some difficult conversations in regards to the amenities at the Tri-Leisure Centre and their availability to the public. One of the amenities obviously is the pool, and I know the pool was opened in regards to some requests from some of the local swimming clubs and that it's very expensive to operate. I've had several community members reach out to me to express shock at the TLC offering the pool as a private 1-hour rental to families of the same household for, I believe the amount was $220. Up until a couple of days ago, I was using the explanation to the residents that, it's very unfortunate, but it is also very expensive to operate. And, we've been put in a very difficult position. Essentially, the Tri-Leisure is trying to do their best to recover the costs of what it costs to have that pool open. However, a few days ago, the city of Leduc offered the very same opportunity to their residents at their recreation facility at $45 an hour. And I received a plethora of messages and phone calls from residents who were very disappointed that the Tri-Leisure did not consider a subsidized rate. So, either administration or again the TLC board representative, I'm wondering if we can get a little bit of comment and context in regards to the decision of the hiring out of the pool as a private rental at $220, and if there was any thoughts or considerations to making that a little bit more affordable or attainable, even though that would still equate to likely an operating loss, but to ensure that that amenity was being utilized and available to community members.
Thank you for your question and comment there. The representative, I believe, is Councillor Bennett.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can make a comment, but and then if administration wants to add anything, they can feel free. So opening the pool was a major item on our last Tri-Leisure Center board meeting. As Councillor Laurie knows, every single rec center is run in a different way. And so our main concerns as a board was, number one, we had no staff that was hired at that particular time. No general manager in the pool, no staff whatsoever. So one of the considerations of opening it up was that we would have to hire back all of our staff. The second point was that our pool runs at a deficit all the time. We are constantly supplementing the cost of that pool. But it's offset because of all the other amenities that are available to our customers, our clients at the Tri-Leisure Center. And so we have kept the cost as low as possible. So when we were discussing this the night of our last board meeting, as you know, I think all of council knows, we had several groups, clubs that wanted desperately to get back into the pool. And we took all of their thoughts, their comments, their concerns into consideration because we had not planned to open the pool until, well, I think now it's actually at stage 3. And so when more amenities would be available for the Tri-Leisure Center in order to offset all the costs. But we did make the motion to open it for those groups, and with some very stringent restrictions as to how much space they could have, how it was going to run, so that we were still following all of the AHS protocols. And at that point, we said, well, let's also open it up to public swim, same members of the family, but they would have to rent it separately and at a cost. And so that's the cost that we came up with in order to bring back all of our staff, in order to offset the debt that it was going to cause us. And as council knows, the Tri-Leisure Center is struggling with our deficits. And so that was the decision. It was thoroughly discussed by our board and agreed upon by our board. Now, if Leduc can offer the same swimming amenities at $45 an hour, it's because their business plan, their budget, their facility management is different than ours. That's all I have to add, unless I need to clarify any of those points. If our administration has anything else to add, I would welcome that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Administration, anything to add? I think that was fairly.
Your Worship, it's a CAO here. I think we're gonna, I would just say that we won't add anything further other than, we could seek further information and have it provided, but I don't know that we will speak directly to decisions at the try at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. Does that provide you enough to respond, or would you like an email response back from the general manager of the TLC?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It certainly gives some context, and again, it's not unknown context in relation to the TLC's operations. It's knowing just from being on the board and from being on council and prior involvement that the pool, unfortunately, is one of those amenities at the Tri-Leisure that definitely operates consistently at a deficit. It's very expensive to run. And obviously there was a lot of pressure to open the pool from the user groups. And, again, when restrictions are lifted and people are able to get back to it, I certainly am a huge proponent and encourager of being able to do so. But those costs are definitely part of that challenge. And so, I'm curious, I guess, if the cost to the user groups changed as well. I don't expect that could be answered today, but maybe that's a follow-up question that might be able to be answered by email. So if it is significantly more expensive and we don't have the general revenues in the other area, were the user groups who asked for it to be opened, was there a different costing structure considered for them? And then also, I guess, maybe if there's some booking data that can be shared as to what the uptake of a $220 booking has been. I think there's theory and consideration to going into setting those fees, and I'm hoping they were taken into account as to, at $220, how many bookings are you likely to get versus maybe if that amount was a little lower, maybe even if it was $100 or 75 or 50. How many bookings would it take for those numbers to even out, and where would you potentially be able to find some balance in that? So maybe a little bit of further information from the general manager of the Tri-Leisure Center would be great, and maybe some potential for further council discussion on this should the pool not be able to open back up to the general public. I guess maybe by our next council meeting. I believe today's announcement, they talked about stage 3 as early as March 22nd. So maybe by that point it becomes a moot point. But, I certainly think we have many members of the public who've expressed interest in wanting to use the pool at the TLC and the inaccessibility of the $220 price point. And I do think that their desire to use the pool is just as important as the other user groups who've asked to use the pool. But understanding there's a significant cost to that. So if we get some follow-up on that, that would be great. Other than that, I do not have any further comments this evening. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Yes, and appreciate that, just to see where the booking levels are again, because the TLC is a Part 9 company that is owned and operated by the 3 municipalities and managed by a general manager. So there is a board of directors that does decide on that stuff. So in terms of a council member, we can talk about it. We may provide some suggestions, but there is not much we can do in terms of making them reduce their rate. So, but it is good to see what the numbers are and what the uptake is. That'll give us some ideas so that maybe we can have that conversation, and then our council representative can bring it back to the board for discussion.
Thank you, Worship. And sorry, I guess maybe I wasn't very clear on that. I think my intention behind that would be, as the owners, I guess we would have to have a letter, I guess, to the other owners to look for consideration at that point, because it is a municipally owned recreation facility and it is taxpayer funded, even though it is a Part 9 company. So definitely, certainly not something we could express on our own, but if the closure will continue for a longer period of time, it might be something we want to consider having as a discussion amongst the 3 ownership groups.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Laurie, I'll move on to Councillor Bennett. You're right beside on the screen, so go ahead, Councillor Bennett. Anything to add?
No, nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to say Happy International Women's Day to all the amazing women in our region. And I'm going to, my comments this evening with regards to the information item relates to that, but it relates to beyond just women. So with this last couple of days or at the end of last week, I had the opportunity to attend the Edmonton Chamber Inspiring Women Leaders webinar, where we learned about 3 successful business women, the successes, the challenges, the supports, and the obstacles they faced when they were starting and growing their business. But also, I had met with Councillor Bennett and our colleagues in Spruce Grove and all the other women or elected officials in our region. And it's in a group that's elected Women Supporting Women. And it doesn't matter who we're talking with, and whether it's women's issues or, you know, speaking with Emily or listening to Emily and Allison today and their presentation. You know, there's always the issues, common issues of gender bias, prejudice, discrimination, inclusion issues, all these types of things. And I truly believe that the town, that we just really need to step up our game. And I know we're working really hard at it, but I think we got to step even harder. And I'm just going to start with at a council level. When just little things that sometimes that are subliminal, and we don't even really know that maybe there's a potential for bias or discrimination or feelings of that or perception of that. But for example, at our, you know, these are things that I kind of thought about, like for a deputy mayor position, we rotate through that position on a scheduled basis. But when it comes to selected committees or boards, there's not a regular systematic way of doing that. And sometimes when we don't have a clear and transparent process, that there's an appearance, or there could be an appearance that maybe some group is favored over another. And so I think there's ways that we can start looking under the rug in terms of, are there some ways that we can address bias, inclusion, discrimination, whatever, in those areas. Also on a municipal level, I know we work really, really hard with inclusion and ensuring that we have you know, a diverse work group, etc. But again, I do think with recruitment practices, are we reaching out to different cultures, different groups of our society, making sure that we are reaching them and that they're welcome in terms of a process of coming and joining our organization. So just some thoughts for tonight, because I've heard a lot of stories in these last few days, and I feel that sometimes we are discriminating, including myself, and not even knowing that I'm really doing it, or potentially making somebody else feel that way. So just wanted to share those thoughts, and I hope that we can all just work and look a little bit harder to see how we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties, and that's a great point and comment, and thank you for bringing that back to the forefront. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes when we do things the way we do things, we don't realize that it may be taken the wrong way or may offend a certain group of people. So good thing for us to keep in mind, and especially with today's presentation with Emily about inclusion and diversity, and what you have gone through, guys, with you know, some of the Chamber of Commerce programs that have been through. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very briefly, yes, I too would like to put a shout out to the women on International Women's Day. It is a good cause. But I said briefly, so I would also like to mention a shout out to Councillor Wayne Roth, who took me for a walk this weekend, and I had an opportunity to show him about Old Town and some of what we're doing in the recreation campus area. So that was a good opportunity. But I just want to make administration aware along Main Street between 54th Avenue and 55th Avenue. Looks like there was some utility work done I'm imagining last summer, last spring, and they cut into the road. Anyhow, the gravel coverage that they placed into cover has washed away. There's quite a large speed bump there now. And then also just moving up from there, the library will hopefully be opening soon. And considering most of the work in terms of construction is done around that building, I was curious if admin has plans to clean up the parking stalls on Main Street in front of the library before the 22nd.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. I can answer your first comment. I drove down there this morning and I noticed that we had a public works staff there filling the little trench on 50th Street going northbound just past 55th Avenue. So that should have been done today. And the library, I'm not too sure. Administration in terms of cleaning the stalls that were blocked off on Main Street in front of the Three Robins project.
Sorry, Your Worship, it's Tom, CAO here. Yeah, I was out and about myself last week, just out for a walk on a nice day, and a couple things I noticed. One, there was a number of people using the benches on some of the new ball boats, and there was still a pretty good sized mess in front of that library on some construction stuff and whatnot. So. Your Worship, I'm confident we'll have that cleaned up as best we can, as soon as we can.
Okay. And Councillor Meyer mentioned by the 22nd, so there must be something happening at the library on the 22nd, Councillor Meyer?
That is just the time when they assume that the public will have access. The grand opening is still not a firm date in April, I believe. So I'm just thinking about what it's going to look like before the big grand opening. What do you call that? It's not a cold opening, it's a
soft opening.
Soft opening, yes, that's the word.
Yes, thank you. And just I'll add to that as well. So those parking stalls were boxed off and used by the contractors. So is there any provisions for the contractors to clean up that before we go and do it?
Your Worship, I don't know that I can speak directly to that, but sorry, Your Worship, even on my own wander about, I was out and about a couple times last week. I know that I did see some of what I was part of the contracting crew and building crew, so to speak, doing some work and tidying up out there. So I'm sure we can figure that out, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Plechko, anything to add or to notify administration about?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I as well would like to congratulate each and every woman within our community and organization. Today is a day to celebrate. Congrats. Also, administration, I'm just wondering if somebody from planning has had an opportunity to drive down 779. I've had several comments about where water is pooling, and I understand that we're not finished that phase of it to make the final part of it be able to drain, but we should make notes of where it is pooling so that we can make notes to AT so that we can best deter the water that is pooling on the streets there. So that's just one of the things that been noted a couple of times, as well as thanks for the mention of the pool. I think Facebook and my phone is blowing up over the whole Leduc episode. So if we can have the board possibly look at something again, that would be a great opportunity for us to get the community back out and participating in things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pletch. Coastal Highways have 7-9 again. It is not quite yet done there, but administration, have you guys been in contact with AT or AT's contractors about kind of timing so that we can kind of mitigate these issues sooner than later?
Your worship, I'll maybe just ask our general manager of planning and infrastructure if he has any comments on that.
Your worship, thank you for the question. We'll be working with Alberta Transportation, and we'll be taking note of the areas that aren't draining well and some of the spring-like problems. So, yeah, thank you for the prompt, and we'll follow up with Alberta Transportation and the contractor involved.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, and thank you very much. And I would be remiss too if I didn't recognize the International Women's Day. All of us have, throughout our lifetime at one time or another, whether it's mothers, grandmothers, daughters, cousins, work acquaintances, etc., have come across some very great people. And the woman, pardon me, I'm stumbling here. Great women in our lives. So congratulations to them. And that's it for me, sir. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning.
All right. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And again, so I just want to echo that again, just a thank you to all women as we recognize the International Day of Women, just to give you some thought and some kind of clarity to the situation. If it was not for women, none of us will be here. So thank you for that. Just one quick question to administrative staff. We've had issues with the access to the off-leash dog park, especially with this warm weather. Have we done enough over the years to mitigate that condition?
Your worship, I'll maybe give a quick answer to that, but I'll ask my general manager of planning infrastructure to correct me if I'm wrong. And I would expect, yeah, you mean it's that time of the year when it can get pretty muddy out there or rutted or bumpy, but I believe that's part of our going forward plan is to reconstruct out there, I believe. So I'll maybe just ask the general manager if he wishes to add anything further.
Thank you, Your Worship. So that road is going out to tender in the month of March for a reconstruction of the bad section of road there. Of course, that will not help us in the next few weeks, so we will have to continue to work through the soft spots and the conditions. But our hope is that the reconstruction of the road, which is going out to tender, this will be the last year we have this problem.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, and that ends the council information and discussion. So again, thank you very much, administration, for providing the background information and all the work that you have done to get us here. And members of council, thank you much for reading your agenda packages and bringing good comments, discussions, and debate so that we as a team can make the best decisions possible. And with that, we are adjourned. So have a good night.